And I thought you were going to have
Yeah,
guests.
just relax. Hello, everybody. I told you it wouldn't be that long. Let me get my guest cam going. Let's invite a guest. Copy to clipboard. All right, I'll be right back, everybody.
I'm a guest.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Hi, everybody. I'll be right back.
They're talking cars. This is funny.
Nice. Love cars. All right, that should do it. We're going to wait on DC to get in here. Let me say hi to everybody. Not like I didn't just see you.
CJ.
Hello, ZJ and Everest and Manny and everybody from before. Hello, everybody. Megan G and Just Jess. Adam, of course. Mike B brought the pizza. Nami, hello. Everybody's here. Kylie, saw you as I was flying by. Florida Park Explorers is here. What are you looking for?
Oh, I was going to answer your trivia question about the other channel that CJ mods for.
You left me in the parking lot. I had to run here. All right, you got to go get ready. I'll let you know when DC's on.
But I don't want to be in my...
I know, you're not. You're fine. Anyway, everybody, welcome to After the Show. Oh, wow, he's bald. Let's leave that on. Let's see. Let's get everything up. Well, long time no see. Yeah, exactly, guys. Takes me forever to get home, doesn't it?
It's the fort, and I gotta change the calendar.
Well, we'll fire you later. So, let's get some stuff up. Let's see. As you guys know, 10 After the Parks weekly recap, episode 4 review, and we're going to be announcing winners tonight. So we got a bunch of stuff going on the show tonight. We're waiting on DC and Michelle Dew. They're going to pop up on my lower part of my screen here shortly. But we're going to be talking about Loki, and I need to get the chat back on because if not, I won't know what in the world is happening.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Hello there, Mike. Let's see. I have to go into mod time now because I didn't do my homework. Oh, you were bad. Let's see. Can Jen email me when it's safe? Let's see, Mike Wheeler.
Wow. Do you need
Adam,
a safe space?
Adam didn't watch the show, so he's like, "Will you tell me when I can come back?" Let's see. Let's switch over to Loki. We got our Loki banners. We're going to be welcome to Loki number 4. Let's see, bonus trivia question. Yeah, you guys can absolutely do that. Let's see, that man you can't answer. What Disney YouTuber do I mod the most?
See, that's just stupidity right there.
Guests, there he is. There's my man. Let's add him to the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, Loki himself is in the house. Howdy. Can you hear us?
Hello there, mortals.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's it like being in the face of a god?
So, ladies and gentlemen, DC in the house, also known
What's
as
up, y'all?
Loki.
Wait a minute. Let me go official Lamentus. Can I go official Lamentus?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
Oh, look at
There
that.
we go.
Look at the
Okay.
color.
Now we Lamentus up in here for a little bit.
There we go.
Hey,
See,
everybody.
I'm full Sith mode right now, like this.
Well, hello, Dave. Hello, Jen. Thank you for having me on tonight. I am looking forward to discussing what is, in my opinion, some of the best television that has been produced in the past 10 to 15 years. It is amazing.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is. And I say that without any sense of hyperbole. I mean it genuinely. And I'm a fan of The Sopranos, The Wire, Mad Men, Breaking Bad. And to me, that is the core of amazing television that we've witnessed in the past 20 years or so. And Loki, the one thing that is going to keep it from rising to that upper echelon is the brevity of the series, I think.
Everybody's showing you love right now, by the way.
Oh. And I love you back.
See all that? Can you see the chat?
Let me switch over to the chat.
Get over to the chat. Everybody's showing you some love.
Oh. Well, hello, everyone.
You're blowing up, dude.
Yikes. Well, look, I'm only a team member here. I'm Sylvie right now, and you are OG Loki.
Dude, first of all, I look like the Rock from the Fantastic Four, and you got Loki kicking. Like if you actually had the ears on right now, like
Wait.
you'd be Loki through and through.
Well, I can put on my one prop.
There we go. Look at it. Come on, everybody. Tell me it doesn't look like Matrix meets Loki.
Because this is gold through here, and the lenses are green. So
there you go.
it is. But when I purchased the glasses, I literally told Michelle, I'm like, these are my Loki Don Draper sunglasses.
Well, everybody, welcome into Loki episode number 4. We're gonna very briefly, and when I say briefly, I mean briefly, talk about how horrible the third episode was, because I don't know how you felt that way, but I know they had to develop, what happened.
Hi, DC.
Bella wants to say hi. Come over.
Hey, Bella.
Hi, DC.
How are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I'm doing very well. I really love your Sonic shirt, and I'm glad that you're representing that you're a gamer. That's really cool.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Good night.
See ya.
So, the third one, it just, I knew they had to develop, and I know what was
Sure.
going on, especially when I see the 4th episode and you look back and you go, okay, I get it, and I know, but at the same
It had to happen.
You always are going to have that one episode where it's developmental.
Right.
Was it an epic episode? No, it was a developmental episode, which brought us into an epic episode.
Exactly.
So there was, like last week when we did the show, there wasn't a lot to unbox. We were done very quickly. I don't know if you saw anything in the third episode, but there just wasn't much there. So I'll let you kind of, go off on 3 for a second, and then we'll catch up and get into 4.
What to me, I mean, essentially, like you said, it was a necessary episode. It was something there to establish the relationship between Loki and Sylvie.
Yep.
It was the sole purpose of it, and I think it did it really well. And there were some interesting moments. We got to see Loki singing some Asgardian songs.
We talked
which was
about that.
Amazing.
When
it was beautiful
the
to
teacup, it's just like Thor.
Just like Thor, and it stayed with the culture of Asgard, and that was beautiful to watch. And it was also, for lack of a better term, beautiful to see Loki being, for lack of a better term, even though he is a frost giant, it was a beautiful thing to see him being human. And he was that way with Sylvie much earlier than he was on the other timeline that we've witnessed Loki. The timeline which ends with Thanos and all that garbage after Ragnarok.
It was epic. There's no doubt that you got to see the human side. You also got to see him as Asgardian, and which was kind of neat because everybody who does know Loki knows he's comes from Frost Giant. Yeah. But it was fun. It was just there was a lot of no explanations. They just kind of threw it in.
Yeah.
And even in episode 4, they didn't unbox what happened in 3. They really didn't touch on it. All of a sudden, the meteors are coming down. The doors kind of open, and it's like, boop, let's go. So they kind of put it in there for that dynamic, but that was about it.
But if you think about it, Dave, if we were watching a film, it would have been perfect.
They would have been able to develop it a little bit more, in my opinion.
Right. It would have what we saw in episode 3 would have folded into episode 4 in a manner that would have seemed natural to us from a storytelling perspective.
I'd like to see what made it to the cutting room floor.
Yeah,
the director's cut of 3 would have made 3 better because there's too many things. Because they wanted to get the action sequence in at the end, they didn't explain it, and you had to draw a lot of conclusions. Like, I originally thought when I saw the fractured moon, I thought it was, even though they specifically told you where they were, it still looked like Thanos with Titan with the broken moon. And they really, like, I'm sitting there going, well, where the hell are they? And
Exactly.
that kind of threw me off a little bit. But we're going to bring it forward, go into 4, because 4 was, I mean, come on, there's so much to unbox. In 4, it is ridiculous.
I cried twice.
I mean, 4 was phenomenal. So
I mean,
go ahead and kick
not
off.
bawling my eyes out, but I
what
cried.
did you see? What did you see? What kind of hit you? Obviously, there were some very obvious things. I don't want to go after the obvious points.
Sure.
Go into the not so obvious, the things that they showed you, where it was like, oh, okay, well that ties into 1, 2, and 3. Did you see those?
What really attached me the most was that when you are pruned, that you aren't killed.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That was the big walk away that I had that made me feel really great about these other variants, because you have to think these variants, they weren't, for the most part, evil.
No.
They just happened to be wrong place, wrong, and as the series goes, wrong time.
Well, also based on the fact that we have no idea who's actually running the show.
Oh yeah, well, we're going to get to that.
But who's determining wrong place, wrong time based on their
Right.
action? And I think that you just touched on something huge, because that's how they opened the show.
Right,
You know, that
exactly.
was like the beginning of the
What
show.
was Sylvie doing? She was a child playing with toys.
Bingo.
So what was the Nexus event? And that was the funny thing, fast forwarding into the episode a bit, when Sylvie asked Ravonna, what was my Nexus event? What did I do?
Yes.
And then Ravonna smirks, because now she's going to tear down Sylvie, right? And
Yep.
her sense of self-importance by going, I don't remember. And the smirk goes upon her face. And it literally just to tear down Sylvie, because good and well Ravonna knew what that Nexus event was.
Not to mention the fact there's no time there. So for her, it could have been yesterday. So They really just are not showing. We watched the end of the credits. We're definitely going to unbox what happened at the end of the credits.
That was gorgeous.
Oh, so, we've only made it a few minutes into the show, and you have, the way that they're showing you a child had a Nexus event. Then when you listen to her explain it later, how Loki figured out that she was going and living these apocalypse, that was kind of epic. Because it was
Sylvie says, I have lived 1,000 deaths, so to speak, when she was talking about, and I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But it goes into the statement, a hero dies once, a coward dies 1,000 times.
Yep.
And I think that was an interesting play on that particular statement.
Well,
and I think that was something the writers did that was really beautiful, because the use of that specific term of 1,000, catastrophes or monumental epic meltdowns.
Well, you got to realize that it's a childlike mentality, because she's a child who escaped, learned how to be a Loki, if she's a Loki, on her own.
Right.
And at the same time, as she's escaping, she implies many times who and what she really is. And then, like, when you get to that final fight scene and she throws the sword, she's a badass. Like,
clearly.
So my theory?
What?
They're all former Lokis. All the variants.
Jen's got that.
All the variants?
All the variants are former Lokis.
Even Mobius?
Even
Mobius? Are we
Mobius?
talking that deep?
She's saying potentially yes.
Wow.
I don't get there. Where I get to with this whole thing is one of the most, at least in my opinion, one of the most epic moments was when she touches the agent and she relives the moment, and she goes,
"Yeah, I was happy." Yeah, I was happy
because it's that one word that is there. I looked happy. She could see it. And to me, at that moment, it's the same rationale that Mobius has. When everyone starts to, it's kind of like that Matrix moment when you wake up and you realize I was in a dream world. And there's a little bit of some of this going back and forth as to what's real. Are they really where they say they are? Are they really happening? that'll
Right.
unfold obviously into the end of the episode in a minute. But what else did you notice from like an Easter egg standpoint or any of the other things where it was like, oh, look how that ties together? What else did you see? Did you see anything else?
Well, you said the term ties together. I'm glad they took us back to the event at the Rocks Cart in Alabama to explain what had happened in that particular Minuteman's past. And to me, from a storytelling perspective, it was beautiful to be taken back to another point within the series for no other reason at all other than to tell a story.
Agreed.
But visually, we were given something that tied us back into when we met Sylvie. And I think that was genius storytelling. Because remember, when we walked into that Rocks Cart in Alabama, that's the first time we're like, what the hell is going on? At that point, it was a cop show. It was a chase show. It's like, oh, we're going after what's going on here, right? And that's the emotion that we were attached to with that particular setting. So for us to be brought back to that for another element of storytelling in a more subtle and, in my opinion, more revelatory manner than when we were first introduced to Sylvie was amazing from a storytelling standpoint.
See, I like the storytelling aspect because it's becoming Mandalorian-ish, like in the fact of it's not just about the actions. And that's why I said I'm being unfair to episode 3. It's a necessary evil. It was just like, the truth is, if I wasn't doing this review show and I binge watched it like I watched The Mandalorian, I would not have minded 3 because I just would have kept going. Because there were episodes of The Mandalorian where it was like, it got slow and it was like, oh god.
Oh yeah.
But you went to the
They
next
were
episode.
so
it was
necessary.
epic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have to have those moments in a series to explain. Not everything can be Loki being a badass doing everything and having and being a Loki. So I thought that was
Dave,
kind of
are you much of a reader?
Oh yeah.
Are you much of a reader?
Depends on what it is, but yes.
Okay. I'm not much of a reader of like fiction, nonfiction, whatnot. I like to read biographies and historical things, right? I like to learn I like to read for knowledge.
Sure. That's actually where I fit in.
So I think that's why I take certain episodes like 3 and they just go right in my little pocketbook because I realize that history isn't filled with amazing moments.
No, see, but last week having to I watched the show and then came on, and I had to process it, digest it, and then put it out there. Sure. And but from a show aspect, there was not much. Hello, Rachel, by the way. There was not much there to unbox because I knew what was going to happen. I knew in 4 that they would play a little bit off of 3, which they really didn't do, by the way. No. They really just let 3 be there as a developmental for the 2 characters.
Yep.
Because even when they're sitting there right before the doors open and the world is ending, and he looks at her and he goes, you learned one thing about being a Loki, and it's we don't die. We don't
exactly.
And all of a sudden the doors open and they're ready to go. And it was like there was a moment there that they needed 3 to make that moment. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
So
it wouldn't have made any sense.
No. Because they wouldn't have been able to work together. They had to show that camaraderie to get on the train.
True camaraderie.
Yes.
True camaraderie.
Yes. And then you had the whole train thing where the 2 of them were trying to outfox each other, and they both realized it wasn't going to happen. And for whatever reason, she goes to sleep, and he's like, I'm going to have some tea and get drunk and sing some Asgardian songs. Yeah.
I'm going to be an Asgardian, and that's what he was.
And totally stood out and just didn't care because I'm the god of mischief, So, hey, Eric, by the way, how are you? Welcome in. So, there was a lot of those things. And then, obviously now we've got to dive into some of the big points because there were a lot of them. Just going down with, you had hit on it with the pruning earlier, but when you have the way that Owen Wilson's character, the way that he ties in and all of a sudden he has that immediate growth where it's
Yes.
a despise for Loki that turns into, holy shit, you're right. And we now have to, what do I do?
What the thing was, the key when I honestly I had to rewatch the episode because I wanted to be able to really speak with some type of insight, is the second time that Mobius sends Loki into the hell loop or whatever, and Loki says to him something, 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 the lies that you tell to yourself as he's being kicked into the loop, right? And you see that lands with Mobius because Loki said that, and Mobius realized that there was no pretense and there was no other meaning that Loki could have had by saying that at all. That there was no foundation for deceit because, of course, Mobius is constantly looking for a foundation of deceit.
Yeah.
You know, whether it be these are statements from a cockroach that's about to die. But Loki flat out says, you know, that's the thing that disgusts me the most is the lies that you say to yourself. And
Yeah, totally.
he's kicked into the loop. And that was the trigger that, as we saw in the next scene where Mobius is in the office with Ravonna, you know, trying to revisit, why wouldn't you let me talk to the Sylvie variant? You know, why wouldn't you let me? And Ravonna is like, oh, the case is closed, let it go, so forth and so on, which, you know, ultimately resolves in Mobius switching out the Tim pads so that he can reveal, you know, what had actually happened to C20.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there were so many things once you started to see how I think one of the cool scenes for me was when they were sitting in the office.
Yeah.
And
oh God.
Oh, I
with
gotta
the,
do it on my phone.
with the sword.
1 second.
Hang on 1 second for me, DC.
I didn't do
Oh,
it.
Rach, I don't know what happened. We're gonna take care of it though. But when they're sitting in the office together
Stop
and
moving, Chad.
when he gets her up because he's going to, you know, swap out. All right, good. Thank you.
So you're back.
Is everything okay?
Yeah,
Do we
no,
need to pause for a second?
I'm having an issue.
we're having a mod issue for whatever reason. Rachel was unmodded, and
We're good.
we're taking care of it. She's back. So,
Okay.
but when they take the
Okay.
dagger and he deliberately gets her to go over, he's playing that game that Loki, you know, he's almost Loki-esque, which is where I think Jen's drawing that off of. And when she goes to go put it up, he swaps it out. It was super slick. I mean, he waited for her for the right moment to do that. And, you know, so basically once she puts that up there and you realize the trophies from all the different, you know, the different timelines. And it's like, well, who are all of them? Because they keep hinting to it.
Right.
But they won't.
Why do they keep showing this?
Exactly. Why? What are they showing us? Why are they showing us these particular things? And what do they mean? Because they've mentioned it in 3 episodes.
And the pin for signing was the same pin. Did you notice that?
I did note that's what I was kind of referring.
They focused on the pin again for, you know, as they were signing the documents. I'm like, why? I hope it pays off. I hope this is not. I think this is Tolstoy's gun. You know, you show it in the first act, it's going to come up again. So let's hope we get to find out what the story is behind that pin, because you know, maybe it's a red herring, but at the same time, they have made a point.
You know, and just Jesse's jumping in here saying they do keep showing all the trophies, and that's kind of, you know, the point. It's like, well, wait a second, they haven't, and I think that this is why, there's another movie coming, but I think season 2 is going to be ridiculous because, well, there's still 2 episodes, so who the hell knows what happens, but the epicness of what happened at the end of the show kind of refers back to this scene. Let me see if you get to where I got to.
Okay.
At the end of the show, when you know, happens and my head exploded, and they have the fight scene, and then she throws the sword, off comes the robot head, and they ask the question, well, who's running the show? Don't you ask the question, isn't it her? She's got all the trophies. She sat there and said, I made the decision in the first one. I called what was supposed to, and then she refers to the what happened? to the timekeepers,
Right.
but she refers to them robotically.
But the thing is, the only thing that throws me off from that
Yes, Jesse.
is that we are given that the flashback, right, that starts the episode when she first catches, or rather retrieves, or whatever, Sylvie. She goes in front of another judge. So that lends me to believe that I don't think Ravonna is the one behind the scenes pulling the strings. I think she might know
I think it may
the folks
be,
behind the strings.
if we were to look at today's geopolitics for a second, and I'm not going to get into what's what, but
Right.
you may have a president, but you have a Supreme Court.
Right.
And it may be that she's running the show, but they have the decision as to who does what and what is their sentence.
So
So you think perhaps that
made them
her role as a Minuteman that we are first introduced to her as in that episode was basically a ruse?
You know, it kind of goes back to, you know, the reason that Jen has this theory, and I know what she's talking about. There's a lot of times where there's a deception or a misdirection. Sure. And because I thought the same thing, but then the one thing that they show in the first episode, and I go back to the guy who says, "What's a fish?" Okay, because he'd never seen it. He's always behind his desk. They don't have time. They also don't move up. How did she go from Minuteman to boss? Mobius has never gone up. So the question is, how did she elevate to that place where now she's a shot caller? How did that happen? And that's the only thing that I wonder is, did she go into a different timeline? How did she get to where she is in this position? And why does she make the ultimate decision and have all those trophies?
Right. But it's also interesting to me, though, because Mobius's character says it's about time that I get to be in front of the timekeepers, right? Because Ravonna says that for the pruning of the variants, the timekeepers want Mobius to be present for. And Mobius is it's about time. So it seems like that is a rite of passage, and perhaps a way that people in Mobius's rank and file are promoted and or elevated to a judge. That's what I kind of got.
I'll refer you to the chat for a second, because I of course know him as Stone Cold Jedi. But the main question is, who made them? All right, so you're getting into a place where, what if it is taken by force? Okay, and you put in this robotic being who acts in such a way that you control. You're actually the wizard behind the curtain. Right. And you're pulling all the strings, because it leads into what just Jesse's saying with, I've been thinking about it since she keeps ignoring the question of the timekeepers. And that's a good point. She puts them off like, I have the say, you don't need to do it. And finally, when she brings it in, what does she do? She prunes them. Okay, so there is no going in front of him. I made the decision. Who made the decision to prune Mobius?
Right.
She did.
She did.
Did she go before the council? They don't tell you.
Right.
So you start getting to this place of, she's got the trophies. She has everything. Is she in control? Is she a shapeshifter? Is she even who she says she is?
A shapeshifter? Wow. Well, then you have just introduced a whole other.
Well, think about like what a Loki is, though. What does he say about transformations? And he's very specific to Mobius in that one scene where he's describing what you can do as a Loki, what you can't do, and then ultimately about how, showing yourself as an exact replica or as another person.
You know what, Dave? I believe for the moment, let's take Ravonna as a Loki and put the biggest, fattest fucking pin in it, because I think that's brilliant.
When Jen and I talked about it, it was, because she had thrown it out there, and I was like, I don't believe everybody is, but I believe she is.
That would fall right in line with everything that we've been shown thus far.
Because
I honestly
He
believe
likes
that.
trophies. He's a narcissist. He likes to be in control.
Exactly.
What also would a Loki not want? More
And
Loki.
why else would she go after variants of Loki? Because it's already been established that Loki variants are the creme de la creme of what the TVA has gone after.
Yeah.
So therefore, it would make sense that Ravonna would have slid her way in as a former Loki variant that has somehow ascended to her rank.
See, and that's kind of like where I'm sitting here going, how did she get to this place? How did she elevate herself? And you start to see those trophies, the little things that matter, the I've got to keep everybody away from the information because if anybody finds out the truth, I'm screwed. So,
and if you remember in the episode, there's a moment that parallels when Sylvie and Loki are on Lamentus, right? And they have that moment of realization of we've got each other, right?
Mhm.
And you fast forward to the moment in the office when Ravonna and Mobius are talking, and Ravonna says to Mobius, you've seen all of history and you've witnessed it all, and you realize that friendships like this, referring to ours, meaning Ravonna's and Mobius, are rare.
Yes.
And based on the hypothesis that Ravonna is a Loki variant, I think that would be some amazing storytelling because that definitely mirrors the conversation and or what we were shown with Sylvie and Loki on Lamentus.
Now I'm going
So
to pull out the chat for a second.
bravo to that particular concept because I think it certainly has legs. And if it doesn't, it's still beautiful storytelling
Austin,
that I will walk away and enjoy.
Yeah. So going back into the chat and looking at, because Jesse's like, yeah, you never know at this point with Marvel. No, we don't. But then Jedi comes in, and this was actually going to be a point of mine. Because he goes, it's probably someone he stabbed in the back a long time ago. I'm actually going to change that a little bit and say, how does she kill Loki or how does she prune him? From behind.
Exactly.
So the two of them are having a moment. She walks up Loki style. No word, no nothing. No, she was judged. How he kills Phil Coulson. Right through the back, same way, same everything. So
and it reminded me of that.
It did.
Quite frankly, it really did.
And so, and I even said to Jen, I'm like, boy, that was Loki-esque. And it was like this back and forth moment where we both kind of went like this.
Oh.
Could it be?
All right, I'm closing the contest. So.
All right, Jen is official. Just for everybody in the chat, we are officially closing the Loki contest so that she can get everybody loaded into the wheel. For after the show, we'll do the Loki contest. Because obviously we're not done here. But when we get wrapped up, are you going to co-host with me for a bit?
I don't know, man. I have to appear early in the morning.
I'll ask you about that offline. Anyway, so to continue down the Loki rabbit hole.
That's really funny. Like, I'm sorry.
So, obviously we haven't even talked about the fact that there are 3 robots. We haven't really talked about who's controlling them. Like we kind of are saying it could be the Loki character that it, could be Ramona, could be that aspect. But let's go in the other. Let's say I'm wrong, which there's a really good chance that I'm totally wrong. Who do you think are we talking about? Because I had heard another one, another theory earlier.
DC is a variant.
DC's a variant. That's fantastic. DC is actually in control of the whole thing, and you're all screwed. But who else could it be? I've heard other rumors.
Have any of you seen me in person?
Everyone thinks I was in Magic Kingdom today, but I wasn't.
Has anyone seen DC in person? I've streamed a lot. Michelle and I have streamed.
So are you a free jack? Is that what
we have been? We have been in the parks. We have met people, or have we?
So you're saying you're a free jack? Do you remember that movie?
No.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
Okay. When we're done tonight, every single one of you have homework. You have to go watch the movie with Emilio Estevez called Free Jack.
Mick Jagger's in it.
Mick
too.
Jagger's in it.
He
Anthony
plays the
Hopkins
villain.
in it.
Can we be honest though? Free Jack sounds like a euphemism.
But what it is they plug into Free Jack. You're like, they know you're going to die. It's a famous moment in history. Brian, how are you? They know that you're going to die, and they take you out. They take your body out at the moment right beforehand,
Okay.
and then someone who's dying goes into it, so that this way they can free jack your body into the future. So Anthony Hopkins is like 90 years old, and they have his mind in a computer, and
Edward, I just saw
they
your
plug
message.
the whole thing together, and it's a whole virtual world. And the thing that's really funny is he always appears on screen. He never appears in person. So you're sitting there saying that. I'm like, that's like Free Jack. Great movie. You got to go watch it. It's an Anthony Hopkins masterpiece. And Mick Jagger's fantastic in it.
Cool concept, horrible title.
Totally. And by the way, you're talking about a movie where Mick Jagger is like,
he's a villain.
When you see the people in the movie, you're gonna go, this could be recasted today with the concept and premise of what we know now about the internet. They could remake this movie and blow people's minds away because it would be incredible. Hang on, let me catch up on everything.
Brian is so dedicated that he's in the taxi on the way home from Orlando Airport.
Dude, Brian, you are crazy. We love you to death.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
I just heard you say the word taxi.
Yes.
But you said taxi. Where the heck are you from?
It was a cab.
Hey,
so.
For the record, that's 3 accents mixed into one.
I've lived in New Jersey, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida. So there you go. I did. I just sent them a message back.
So you hailed from Jersey?
Oh yeah.
That was New Jersey taxi mixed in with Southern Hilton Head taxi mixed in with I moved to Florida and I'm trying to hide it.
Yeah.
I have an ear for accents. So when she said that, my mind went.
And that's the idea.
I had to go through elocution lessons in order to not speak New York anymore. When I first moved to Florida, when I first moved to Hilton Head,
South Carolina.
I moved to South Carolina in 1993, and I was one of the only Italians that actually lived on Hilton Head Island, and I was one of the only people from New York or New York area. And so I walked into this Southern school where everyone had Southern drawls, and I'm walking and going, "Hey, how you doing? Forget about it. Hey, the both of you come over here with me. Forget it." And I had
that sounds pretty Long Island.
It was we were all from around the city, and nowadays it's hard for me to do it. It comes out from time to time, usually when I'm pissed or I'm tired. But the rest of the time, it generally doesn't come out. And now I speak properly, and I don't put an L in both. So, but anyway, Southern Jersey, Bronx dialect, exactly right.
That's why I enjoy my accent.
Jen's a variant. That's great.
I am. So
I think my accent's pretty special. So,
but I'm not from Southern Jersey. That's what's even funnier.
See, now if I had to put you from somewhere, I'd go Midwest. But I'm not 100% on that because Midwest can also be confused with West.
Right.
So,
the thing is, I'm from Memphis, which is pretty close to the Midwest.
Yeah.
Pretty damn
I would have
close.
went like Southern PA, Virginia. So I would be pretty close. It's close. You don't have that Tennessee drawl.
Because you haven't heard me talk yet.
I can hear it when you just said, when you haven't heard me talk yet. When you did that, I could hear you sit there singing Just a Good Old Boys and, Anyway, let's get back on the topic. My bad. I'm so bad.
I think people are interested.
Yeah, everyone's like, where the hell are you guys from? What's going on? But anyway, so we haven't really talked about the robots. We haven't talked about really what the end of it is, where they left us, what happened, and then we're going to get to the credits in a second because that was that's 10 minutes by itself.
General Pride shows up.
So let's start with robots. Head cuts off. Loki goes, "Holy shit! What is this?" There's robot head in my hands. Stop. Wait. Then they literally fall to the sides. They no longer have power. Who turned them off? Who was watching that happen? And go.
Well, I'm going to follow the comic book theory, and it's going to be Kang the Conqueror behind the whole thing, because Kang the Conqueror he's already been established as the villain from
No.
Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. And I think that we're going to find out that ultimately Kang the Conqueror is going to be the puller of all the strings. I think that's what the lead up is.
Kang is definitely an option. My jaw just hit the floor when the timekeepers turned out to be robots. Yeah, see, I don't know. I mean, there was part of me that was surprised. Presidential tourist, hello. There was part of me that was surprised. Part of me that felt like I have to be honest with you. There was a part of me that felt like if she threw the sword and it went through it because they were holographic. There was something that felt not real about them. The way that they're like not mythified, but almost in that they're a myth. They don't exist.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for it. They don't. So, it was kind of like when she threw it, I was like, and I'm waiting. And then the head came off and I was like, what just happened? And all of a sudden you see the look and it's like, you see the spark shoot out and I'm like, that's a robot head. And,
but you got to think everything in the TVA is analog. Everything.
Yeah. Yeah. So
even the temp pads are analog. Because if you look at how they quote unquote work, it's analog. They might have some supernatural power source, but the way they work is analog. And that's the interesting thing that we see within everything in the TVA. And that's why we saw when the head was removed from one of the timekeepers that it was literally a robot. It was literally gears and latex.
Yeah.
In lieu of flesh and blood.
Yeah. I mean,
it was something actually real.
What really blows my mind about the analog comment is the fact that when you look at everything, it's yesterday in the future.
Right.
And that's what's kind of, and you can tell it's done on purpose. It's masterfully done. I'm going to say this is so off topic and has absolutely nothing to do with this. But there's a part of me that when the door opens, I expect to see Sam and from Quantum Leap.
Quantum Leap, yep.
I kind of expect to see Sam and Al like stand there going, Gushy, give me more power. Boop, 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 boop.
Right.
I'm kind of waiting to see that effect because it's very Quantum Leap-esque, the way that everything is designed, the way that the future looks, but it's a future past, and which is weird in and of itself. So there's a lot of things where I look at that and I agree with you because it's like, well, when the hell are they? Not so much where, but when. And there's another, because Kang is a good option. It would definitely follow the comic book. There's also another one which I had heard the theory, and for the life of me, I'm drawing a blank on the name. I want to say it's begins with an SH. It's like not Shangri-La. It's like I don't remember, but someone had brought it up to me earlier, and I had remembered hearing it, and I was like, "That's actually a plausible theory," and because I had said we were doing Loki later. So, Presidential Taurus, we're doing fantastic. We hope you are doing the same. It looks like Spaceship Earth. That's funny. So, but even still, and that's another good point I was just about to tie into was when you go through that door and you go to where the timekeepers are, it's the one place that looks futuristic. It's designed to feel like Oz. When you walk in and you're overwhelmed because everything else is plain. It's ordinary. You walk in and there's there's the head of Oz, and it's Quantum Realm. That's what I've heard. Ooh, could be Quantum Leap.
Hey, that's good, Jesse. That's true. And I have watched many videos throughout this whole Loki series, and they have shown that within there's a scene in Ant-Man and the Wasp where it shows one of the quantum cities that people feel is possibly, Kang the Conqueror's city within the quantum realm.
Well, not
So
to mention that I like how you brought in Ant-Man, because I've been sitting here going, is it potentially possible that they're this big?
exactly.
And when they're going around and they're doing, like, there's so many ways that you could go with this. It's not even funny. You know, if it's Kang, it fits. I mean, he's the right person to do this. But the other person, and I'm going to lean back on it, because Kang's an obvious choice. I think we all agree with that.
Sure.
So I'm going to go back to my theory for a second, just to kind of tie it all back together. Could you imagine if it's a Loki? And, you know, I kind of go back to, I don't know if it was in the first or second episode, when he said, I can't go back to my own timeline. And you start to play with this and you go, well, why not? Now that we're watching how they move seamlessly in and out and back, why can't he? Why can't he go back to that moment? Because it's by design. By design. And I'm having a hard time getting off of my theory, because the problem is look, the problem with being a detective when it comes to shows is they don't give you all the information. You have to just kind of surmise. And the funny part about it is I'm just making a huge leap, because why? It would be awesome. But, you know, the truth is it's probably not going to be the way that I think it is. There's probably something also we've totally missed. You know, we're unboxing a lot, but at the end of the day, we probably have missed something. So, and Pin's wife and Scott both say, see, look at her. She's diving in.
Exactly. Because remember, they retrieve the elder Pym's wife. Scott Lang does, in Ant-Man and the Wasp. And she was down there for a little while, in her opinion. But yet when she was brought up, she had aged concurrent with her husband.
Yes. And that's where the whole time is coming in. So, you know, that's why I said it could very well. I mean, and it is, if it's in the Marvelverse. So, I mean, it is very possible for all of these things literally to tie together and to have this come out. So what do you think episode 5 looks like? Oh, wait. My bad. Hold on. Credits. Boom. Credits. We go through credits just like they did with Wanda. They waited till halfway through the series. Now they're giving us ridiculous teaser. What did you think of closing credits?
Hope. It gave me hope.
In what capacity? For the show or for Loki?
It gave me hope because of all of the variants that have been pruned, right? And in a lot of cases, unnecessarily, just for the hell of it. Because we witnessed in the first episode the variant in front of Loki in the line, remember? He didn't have his shit together, for lack of a better term. And he got pruned. And the thought that folks who get pruned get to be put into a place that may not be ideal, but perhaps it's better than death, gives me a sense of hope.
Well, I agree with that. So let me ask you a question. Talking about pruning, if they had opened up and it was not Loki and it was Mobius, where did Mobius go? When he got pruned, where did they send him? Did they send back to the jet ski? Or did they send
I think that's great storytelling, because that makes you and me think about that.
Yeah.
Because right now, you and me are thinking, where is Mobius?
Well, because we're all pissed that he got killed. So all of a sudden now, like you said, with the hope, it's like, because let's be perfectly honest. From 15 seconds into the first time you and I started doing this, we were like, the relationship between Owen Wilson and Loki is there. They solidified it.
It's the magic.
Yeah. In the 4th episode, they became simpatico. So, all right. So let's actually talk about what we saw, what happened. You see, he opens up. You have an alligator with Loki ears. You have
It's alligator
10 different
Loki.
variants.
Yeah. You got young Loki. You got Loki with a hammer of some sort, and then you've got old school Loki. You've got old school comic book Loki, and it's General Pride from from The Last Jedi, and it blows my mind, and I love it.
Well, I like what Jedi just put in there. It could wind up being like Groundhog Day in the end, which would be hilarious. That would be kind of a great theory in and of itself. I would love to see something like that where it's just mind blowing.
But it was neat to see that he was dumped into a place that was clearly where I think, when they do the resets, when the Minutemen come in and do the resets, I think that's where it sends it. I think that where they ended up, I think, is no different than Sakara from Ragnarok. I think it's just the place where universal junk just ends up. Because if you look in the scene, there's a fallen Avengers tower at the end.
It is so fast. I paused.
It's so fast, because I literally had to be like, wait a minute. Because the reason why I even saw it is because I paused the scene because I wanted to see all the Lokis.
Yep.
And when I paused that scene, I'm like, oh, that's the Avengers tower right there.
Yeah. Jesse, what are you saying sorry for? Because I happen to agree with you. Don't say sorry. Yeah, I mean, I paused it too, and I was looking around, and I'm going, what is that? Wait. And so now let's ask this question. Does he have magic there? If all the Lokis are there, first of all, do they need a leader? Will he become a leader of Lokis? Was it smart to put him in a place where there's other Lokis? Does he have the ability to use magic? If so, to the fullest extent? If so, how can he summon a light bridge? Can he do what is the extent of the place that he's at? They have me.
Dave, if he summons a light bridge, because if you remember in the timeline, this would be prior to what happens, right?
Bingo.
So if he
could go
summons the
back
light
and save
bridge,
his planet.
right?
Oh, you just blew up the universe.
And he ends up back in Asgard and is somehow able to prevent what happens with Ragnarok.
You reset the timeline. And, let's see, here's a thought. Maybe she doesn't know where they go. And that's actually a good point. Do they actually know when they prune someone, where they go?
I don't think they do.
I don't think they do either. No. So, in theory, she may think that they're dead.
Yep.
And they're not. And the variant goes on. So, and then you have to ask yourself this question. Are they even on the timeline? Because the timeline would show whether or not there was a disturbance. So there's so much to this now that they've opened it up in the closing credit that I'm literally drooling for Wednesday because I cannot wait to see what that brings. What does 5 bring? Because 5 and 6, there's only 2 left. They didn't just knock on the door. They kicked it, knocked it off the hinges, and went like this. Ta-da! We're here. And I'm sitting here going, okay, so I thought last week you guys introduced something. Yeah. You ignored it and then showed me something totally different.
But if they were to bring in Heimdall and potentially Thor in some way.
Well, Jesse brings up a good point, though. She put if they knew that they were where all the variants went, wouldn't they build cells and keep them in the TVA so they can monitor them?
Nope.
Well, I wonder because they wouldn't be able to use their magic.
Exactly.
If they get sent off to this place and they're all in one, now they're in this place. So you really start to ask the question, do all Lokis go to the same place? And if so, holy shit.
Exactly. And that's what's interesting because remember in the first episode when they're doing this whole exposition and they showed Loki as I forget the character's name or the person's name that hijacked an airplane, right?
Oh, DB Cooper.
DB Cooper, right. They made a point of showing that and made a point of
Yes.
showing Loki jumping out of the plane and then the light bridge coming through because Heimdall recognized it, pulled it back to Asgard. So I'm wondering, is Loki going to call upon Heimdall and pull himself to Asgard or Asgard and make everything just
But that's
right?
my point is once he gets where he is, now he's got it. Let's say that he is the best Loki. Let's say that he is the best. Will he lead them? If so, what if they all do have, because keep in mind, they also went out of their way to show you the different variants of the Lokis in the drawings and the fact that they did have different powers. What was a typical power, but then they also said there were other things that were atypical. And hey, Rach, and so one of the things that I would say is, could you imagine if one of them has the ability to do this, but if they Wonder Twins power activate and all of a sudden, boom, they just needed the final Loki piece of the puzzle. This could be something epic. And the truth is, and I'm going to say something that's probably wildly unpopular. Imagine that. I don't want a movie. Give me 10 seasons of this. Give me 20 episodes in a season.
Wait. Give me 4.
I don't care how many you give me. But don't give me the movie. I don't want 2 hours. I don't want you to cut it off the floor. Go into this character. Go into what you guys are doing, because we're in episode 4 and you and I are sitting here. We've talked about it for 56 minutes. The show's 48. Just put that in perspective. So,
but Dave, you got to remember, I'm pretty and I like to talk.
I look like a space Muppet, so it's okay. Movies never show enough of the story. See, and I agree with Presidential Tourist that movies never show enough of the story. They cut too much out. So by doing it that way and doing this in story mode, you keep using the same word over and over again about storytelling. And I think that is really the point here, that they can really go off on this character. This is Mandalorian Part 2. Like, I can't wait for the Obi-Wan series. I can't wait for the Boba Fett. I can't wait for these things, because if they can do this with these two, I was always a movie fanatic, by the way. Like, I hated some of the short tellings of stories and these little mini series and things like that. But they've done something with Mandalorian and with this that I didn't know could be done. And they've taken my peak on something that is not a part of the movies, is not a part of anything, and they've made it that way. And I absolutely love it. Let's see.
It's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Well, and it's funny because Jedi sitting here referencing what James said about, hold on one second, about it heading towards a new Thor movie. And it may very well be that Thor also gets dragged into the mix with a Thor movie, but they continue the Loki series. That I would love. As long as they don't do anything with Fat Thor, I don't care, because
Fat Thor's hilarious.
Fat Thor may be funny, but that's not Thor. So
it's not a good character for a hero story. And let's face it, Dave, hero stories are about when we see the best of ourselves.
Sure.
That's what attracts us to it.
Yeah, without a doubt. Captain Akron, how are you doing? And you got to love it. Disney Plus, money. Yeah, and that's thing is, they figured out a concept here, because let's be perfectly honest. We're going to go off onto a little tangent for a second, but Chapek has specifically said Disney Plus is the most important thing to him. He's not hiding it at all. He came out and said it. So if anybody believes for a second that they're not going to milk this with both hands, you're out of your mind. Not to mention that there's going to be, they're doing something very deliberate. They're doing it in the parks. They're doing it with this as well. And that is, they're getting you ready for tiered packages with Disney Plus, where if you want to see the original content like these series first, not in general,
Right.
but first, you're going to pay for it. And they're already telling you that it's there. So that's what's coming next. And yeah, I mean, just take my money now because I'm in. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't really care about the Disney premiere movies per se because I don't mind waiting. But a show like this where it's impactful, no, I'll be all in on this. Mandalorian season 2 because I have a feeling they're going to do it for that show because they've already hooked you and they're going to be announcing Loki season 2 and they're going to bring in one of the other 2 series and you're going to be hook, line, and sinker going, I want to know. I'm not waiting a year or 8 months after everybody else has seen it. Never going to happen.
But you know what sucks, Dave? The most when they announce a series 2 of Loki, it makes me think, I want to see him on the big screen, though.
Well,
I want him in that
he's not going to be there. I'm not saying he's not going to be there in a Thor movie, okay? Because I think he will be. But and I don't mean to be a dick because like this is kind of like one of those dick moments. But I have a ridiculously large screen television where I can enjoy this and I can do my own thing and I can watch it. I want longer versions. I don't want the 44-minute. Give me an hour of each episode. Like Mandalorian, if you notice, started getting longer at the end. The show started going almost to an hour.
Although you got to admit, I think episodes 3 and 4 were pretty damn short. Like
they were. That's
like,
what
are
I'm
y'all
saying.
doing?
I think you're going to start to see it go a little longer because it's also hard to get paid for content when it's short. But they they need the hook. And the hook was Mandalorian, and they realized with Loki, they've got it. Now if they bring out the other 2 or 3 shows and they hook the fans back because I didn't buy the last 3 Star Wars. I don't even care. I'll never watch them again. And when you go to Batu, yeah, I like the rides. I like everything. But I want to see them take out Muppet 3D and go move it and turn that into No. Move it. I want to move it from where it is. I want to extend Galaxy's Edge out.
Maybe put Muppet 3D in Launch Bay.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Muppet 3D and Pizza Rizzo and everything goes over there. And then from where the AT-AT is down to Galaxy's Edge is all original Star Wars. Bring me to Endor. Bring me to Endor.
That would be great.
Give me Ewoks. Give me Darth Vader coming out and slashing and hacking. That's what I want. Give me both worlds. Give me a Hoth. Give me something that I can identify with. Because you've got me on Mando. You've got me on Obi-Wan. You're going to have me on Boba Fett. You're going to have me on all these things, and you're bringing me back in. I don't care about the movies. I don't care if they do that little crystal cube and they go back in time and reset the timeline. I don't care. Because you can't bring me back Carrie Fisher. She doesn't exist. You're not going to be able to bring me in Harrison Ford because he's going to be 80 soon. You're not going to be able to do the things that I want you to do at the series like you did when Luke walked in on Mandalorian and blew up the internet. When he walked in and slashed and hacked, he blew up the internet.
Yeah.
Why? Because people like me and you who grew up with Star Wars went, it's
wait. It was this too.
Oh, dude, I was floored. I was freaking out. Hang on, let me catch up on chat. I hope they'll be able to keep fireworks going. Okay. No, we're not going to have another shutdown. There's no shutdowns. Let's see. Hello. Who did I miss? Edmund Taylor. Hello. Hi. Hello. Greet. Yep. Okay. So we're all caught up. So,
and yes,
you could
happy
put
birthday,
Muppet.
America, Adam.
Happy America. Yep. Let's see. Actually, a live action Star Wars show. See, here's what I'll tell you about the live action Star Wars because we're way getting off topic. But what I'd love to see them do is bring back the fireworks show from the Galaxy Far Far Away show, the one that was every hour on the hour. I would love to see them redesign that area and bring me back into Star Wars. It would be very easy for them to do. They could repurpose the buildings. They could make it do 100 freaking things from now until Tuesday. They could even put a Star Wars show inside Muppets 3D. And it could be a stage show like Frozen, and I'm in. You got me. Bring my characters back to life. And so I'm at the places of where, and by the way, Jesse, I'm gonna talk to DC as soon as Loki's done. We're gonna go through Mandalorian episode by episode. I know I can talk him into it. It's not going to be that hard. Matter of fact, I just did. So, hi, Teresa. That's the thing is there needs to be a connection, and Loki has done it. Loki has connected us to the Marvel series almost like Tony Stark did in the beginning when Iron Man came out. And he is that impactful.
Good insight.
You know, well, think of another character that's that impactful. Thor didn't do it. Even with his Thor movies, they were good, but he's kind of a fluffy, like, oh, I don't get what's happening in the world. And he's awesome. And don't get me wrong, I love Thor, but he doesn't carry the performance the way a charismatic Loki, charismatic Tony Stark. I'll even go so far as to sit there and say the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show, the way that you had Agent Coulson, who everyone loves. You know, the way that you have Samuel L.
Right.
They're just not that impactful. So the way that they were able to take this character who people identify and love. We were watching the one where with Hulk taking him and he smashes him on the floor and he goes, puny God, you know, and he's just laying there and he's like, ow, you know, it's fantastic. That moment where you sit there and you realize you got Hulk smashed. It didn't affect
and I love the playback in Ragnarok when the same thing happens to Thor and you see Loki sitting there and he's like, good to know you. That's how it feels.
Yeah, exactly right. So hang on a second. What did I miss? Don't you dare touch Muppets 3, David.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't want to touch any of it. I want to move it to where the kids section is, like where the Disney Junior is, because Launch Bay is another extension of Star Wars. It's in another part of the park. I would love to get that. I would love to tie so that whole one section from the time you hit Backlot Express from the Jedi Academy all the way down through to Toy Story Land is nothing but Star Wars. And then have all of the kid type areas, because you could really do a lot in that back area where you come out of Walt Disney Presents, where it's Muppets. You could do it where, and by the way, I'm going to say something wildly unpopular again. You could tone down a little bit of the Disney Junior and go more towards.
No.
I don't mean that the way that it is. There's wasted space. It's not designed correctly. That big courtyard is not utilized.
But you gotta think, Dave, when the parks are at peak capacity, you gotta have that whole courtyard.
They're not going to be.
I've seen that courtyard filled with kiddos.
I get that, and we used to be there doing it. But
yeah,
imagine Piggy Fountain right in the middle. Imagine where instead of where that courtyard goes and wraps around to the wall. Take that wall out, move that wall, have more character interactions that way. You could have the kids doing interactions down the wall. Piggy Park or Piggy Fountain, you would have the back area where you would have Launch Bay would be the Muppet Theater. You could put in Pizza Rizzo where the gift shop is.
Yep.
The Star Wars gift shop as it is now becomes the Muppet gift shop. You could have, and then you have Little Mermaid. You have all of that area right there, and it's a kids section. One of the things as a parent that I'll say that really always bothers me is this. I don't have and by the way, I don't have a problem with drinking. I don't care about any of it. There's too much of it mixed through the kids section.
Right.
Okay. There's literally a free pour bar outside Disney Junior.
It is a little weird.
You walk around the wall and there's people doing shots. And it's like,
yeah.
Okay. How about I got an idea? Let's not do that. There's a good section of the park for that.
However, that was the best bartender I ever saw in Disney.
Best bartender we saw. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Let's see. It would take a lot for me to stop being a Star Wars fan. I made it through Jar Jar Binks. Amen to that. Anyone at Misa.
I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries.
Be right back.
No worries. Misa want to go to Buddha Bogobo. Let's see. It would be cool if they expanded the Indiana Jones franchise. At Disney World, need Indiana. Well, with them doing the 5th movie, I think that's definitely a possibility. I think you're going to see some things that happen. Teresa probably also has
Club
some
32 is
insight.
actually above Disney. Oh.
That makes sense.
Because I went.
Who put that, Mike?
Yeah,
I
because
figured.
Mike, Bella, and I were late for a show with our fast passes, and they brought us to the secret probation, and there was like some stairs, and that's where they went.
Presidential tourist. I'm not saying remove it. I'm saying move it. Reorganize the park, because the park now has it doesn't make sense. And the one thing that you can and I'm sure that every Disney fan can appreciate this. Let me kind of move forward a little bit. Is if you go into Magic Kingdom, all of the worlds or lands make sense. They tie together. When you go into Disney, you have Star Wars spread throughout the entire park, and there's certain parts they're not as user friendly. And there's a lot of things that I think could be done that would really, really make a huge difference in the way that Hollywood Studios is designed. You have the Galactic Hotel that's going into place. I want all my Star Wars in one spot. And to me, if I wanted to go spend a day and be dressed up and do whatever, I mean, keep in mind, by the way, everybody, this is the shirt that I'm currently wearing. I mean, I'm literally sitting here in Best Dad in the Galaxy shirt. My hat that I just took off is the 40th anniversary of Star Wars. It's Empire Strikes Back. Like, I'm sorry, we're not talking about somebody who doesn't love Star Wars. I love Star Wars. And I don't want to take away from it. I want to make it more functional. I think they took some of it away from me, and I want to add some of it back. The catwalk above Disney Junior Park. There used to be a bar and was a wow, I didn't know that. Mike, you have so much knowledge. And I'm sure that a lot of this stuff, like in Epcot, can be repurposed. And I think that would be awesome. So, in that respect, it's cool. Wait, another Indian. They're filming 5 right now. As a matter of fact, Harrison Ford was just injured on the set. He hurt his shoulder during a fight scene.
I wish we had that the Indiana Jones roller coaster at Disneyland, which is
That'd be beautiful. Actually, I always hoped that they would build a comprehensive Star Wars museum. See, there's a way for them to do a lot of these things, and that's kind of my point. Is that there is all of this paraphernalia, all of this stage gear, all of the things like. I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but hidden in plain sight are props from the Indiana Jones movies. I mean, walk outside, the Jeeps and all the different things. Those are directly from the movie. You have to think back in the day when the park first opened, Animation Courtyard where Mermaid and everything is that you used to exactly. And that's my point, Mike, is as the park evolved, I don't think there was 100% forward thinking. I think it was like everything, and let's be honest, anything when you're talking about corporations, you're talking about money. And how much would it cost to relocate, and how much would it cost to do certain things? Yes, by the way. You would have all of those things where you have, it's cost prohibitive. But you have this giant at that started, the Star Wars weekends and all those things. And then you skip over from Star Wars to Muppets back to Star Wars. And you have the remnants of, the Streets of America. And I think that there's a way. Elodie, how are you? I think that there's a way to tie it all together. What year was it everybody here first visited Disney World? I don't remember. I think it was back in the late 70s. Because I was super duper young.
90.
Ever since they took out the animation offices and above Launch Bay, they need to do something with that area. I think that there's a lot of wasted space back there because they got rid of all the animation classes. Yes, never been. Uh-oh.
I was in Disneyland in 1980 and then Disneyland.
But the whole point is I think that there's, when you look at the different parks, look at what they're doing to Epcot, in that sense. And I'm going way off base, but when DC comes back, we're going to wrap up the Loki and go into the next segue. When you look at what they're doing with Epcot and the way that they're changing it and the way that they're doing that, I really hope that there's a a mindful thought moving forward with Hollywood studios, just to do a couple of different little things, and kind of see what happens. I would like to see a little bit more forward thinking, because there's a lot of, it still is reminiscent of what it was, and but it's hodgepodge in some capacities. And I think that if they change certain things, they can make the park make a tremendous amount of sense, and really drive it home. There's a lot of things that they can do with stage performance, and keep it true to the Hollywood studios, mantra, if you will, or theme. So I would really like to see some of those things happen. But Star Wars is Star Wars. I'm a huge fan. I would love to see it all tied together in one spot. That would make more sense. And if we could separate the little kids from some of the big kids sometimes, that would be great. Monsters Inc. ride, I would be a fan of.
Just bring back Laugh Floor.
Bring back Laugh Floor, and maybe there's a way to repurpose something in there. You could also do something in the parks. That'd be good. Rumors have it that the next land expansion at Hollywood Studios is going to be something Pixar, and is going to be in that area, which makes sense because it's not being utilized. Back when you had the meet and greets, when they used to actually sit there and say, "Oh, Andy's coming," and everybody, all the toys would drop. That was hilarious. But now that area is just totally not used. And that's what I'm saying is there's a lot of spots in this park that they could really, really utilize this stuff and make it really work. So let's see. Mickey Mouse Club was filmed at Hollywood Studios. So, and there's a lot of things that could be repurposed. There's a lot of things. Hey there, Captain McCaptain. Let's see. I think that Galaxy's Edge should add a section theme towards Dark Side. Again, I'm in favor of it. They have Dark Side-ish with First Order, and obviously Rise of the Resistance is aimed towards the Empire. But that's what I'm saying is, like, you can't have Darth Vader because he's not there. And that's one of the points is that you can't have him. He doesn't exist in Batuu. He's already, gone. Yeah, he's wrapping up cooking right now. He's just making something. Yep, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse was filmed in the soundstage. Toy Story Mania is currently located. And, and that's the thing is there's a lot of history. There's a lot of things that could be done. And, basically the long and the short of it is they could really repurpose some of the things around, and it would be, it could really be done right. I think that there's a lot of room to improve. And what did I just see back here about Dark Side? That's why, in order to bring Vader, you have to have that spot. He's at the AT-AT normally during what moment? During Jedi Academy. That's where Vader's spot is. When they bring back, Jedi Academy, Vader will be there. And he's going to have this little itty bitty thing, and it makes Darth Vader very tiny. And it's like, well, let's make it bigger. Let's give him, the stage. He is the first 6 movies. We need more. So in that case, it should be pretty easy to do. But again, everything is going to be motivated by money when it comes to Disney, and obviously with any corporation, I get that. Money. That's fantastic. So but let's wrap up Loki, and we'll go on from there, and because we've gone off on like 85 different tangents. So episode 5, what do you think we're going to see?
Full frontal nudity.
Are we done with Loki yet? LOL, I'm muted.
Whoa, are we done with Loki yet?
No,
Bomb.
Adam hasn't
Atom
seen
Bomb.
it yet.
Wait. Atom Bomb. From one mod to another. I got you, buddy.
Yeah, he hasn't seen it yet. So you think in 5 we're gonna see it just totally get torn off?
I think it's about to go completely sideways because since we've been revealed that there's going to be a second series of Loki, I think all the cards are going to be shown, right? And I think
The
it's going to
ultimate
be,
cliffhanger in 6.
yeah, I think
Like,
so.
I think what they're doing is, I think at this point they're going to move like a freight train forward in 5. They're going to really show you a ton into 6, and then just end it and be like, what? So
They're like, here you go. This
I
is what
think
you get.
that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So all right. So basically, that's where we are with Loki as to episode 4. 4 was crazy. 3 led into 4. I think 4, 5. I think 5 and 6 are going to be epic. I think they're going to be absolutely just ridiculous. So, that's where we are with Loki. So we're going to actually wrap up. Type out to Adam that we're almost done. Tell him 2 more minutes. If he's actually muted. But so basically, the long and the short of it is, we're going to wrap up Loki. And are you going to stay and co-host, or are you bailing?
What happened?
Nah. Barbecue videos and waiting to be safe again. That's fantastic. You're good in 2 minutes. So are you going to stay on a co-host, or are you? I know you said you had to get up early.
I am here momentarily, definitely. But I do see that it's 112. Fist bump.
Pick up and say anything to your kid. Good night.
Wait, what time is it?
112.
After 1.
Is she still awake?
She should be sleeping.
Okay. So it's banned by Jen again. 2 minutes or so. No. All right. So let me move on to banners and switch this out real quick.
No, you get 300 seconds is 5 minutes, Adam. Let's do the math properly. I would have put 100. Like,
That's fantastic. So we're going to be moving on because I did a Loki contest, as you know. I need to go get Bella down real quick. Jen, if you'll jump in here, kind of chat with DC for a sec, and then keep everybody going. And then I'll be right back.
Still putting names in.
Well, you gotta get moving. Be right back.
A lot of stuff going on. Okay, and he doesn't leave the chat up, so there you go. Right.
Jen, what's up?
Not much.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
As always,
I'm tangled in the wire.
As much as I love Dave, I love chatting with you.
Oh, thank you.
Because I think you and I are kindred spirits.
Oh no. Okay. No, I'm kidding.
No, we like to be right.
Well, we are right, so it's okay. There you go. Hi everyone. I was here, as you know. I was just typing away. Yeah. Thanks. Let Adam know we're done. Adam's still emailing me recipes, so which is hilarious. But
Jen, you need to share some of the recipes with me.
I will. Like Adam sent me like 3 or 4 recipes now, maybe more, and and everyone's telling Adam to. Hi Rachel, CJ, James, who else we got? I don't like his little chat. Amy, Captain Akron, Manny, Jedi, Nameen, LD, Jesse. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do the giveaway shortly. I'm almost done getting all the names in. We had a lot of entrants, which is awesome. Thanks to some of our new mods. We got some new entries. As you know, we had a lot of new subscribers this week. There's a lot of new names in the chat, and we really appreciate y'all coming in. So, yeah. And
amazing things.
Awake. Yay.
I really wanted to say to you that Michelle and we did Chef Mickey's last night.
Yes, I heard.
And dude, I think Bella would be mind blown by it.
Yeah, no, it's on our list. It's funny, we were actually going to go there one Thanksgiving, and she said she didn't want to go because she wanted me to cook.
Let's just say it's the Disney experience that you are really looking forward to, like interacting with the characters.
Yeah,
it was
no
something
doubt,
else.
no doubt. We've done the Crystal Palace when the Pooh characters were still there for her birthday one year, and she had a blast. So.
Pooh characters are one thing, but there's nothing like Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Pluto, and Goofy.
No, not at all. No Daisy. That's very disappointing to me.
The lack of Daisy was weird, but
I wear a Daisy magic band, and she gets the. I'm very upset about that. She gets the.
But guess what? She gets her own little show in Runaway Railway.
That's true. She does, which is awesome.
She does get that.
She does,
which is amazing.
All right, why don't you take over so I can finish this?
Yep, you got to finish up the contest.
I'm almost done with the contest.
So we are finishing up the drawing because, by the way, there were I think 250 entries, which is
awesome.
Not typical for us.
Way to go, Dave.
Thank you. We when we did the Epcot night, it blew up. We had so many people enter; it was absolutely ridiculous, which is fantastic for us, but a lot of work for her. So
because I had some last minute ones.
So she's putting in the last minute ones, and then we're going to do the Loki announcement and giveaway up on that. So, but anyway, let's talk about. Let's see, what did we do? We already did Star Wars. We did some of those things. Let's talk about you guys. You were just talking about character meet and greets and things like that. That ties into one of the things we're going to talk about later tonight. Let me get off Loki winner so that this way I'm not confusing everybody because we're not doing it just yet. DC's not frozen, are you?
No, I'm good.
No, he's very still.
No, he is frozen.
I'm here.
I know, but you're frozen. What do I do to enter it?
Enter.
Which thing are you talking about entering, Matthew? If it's Loki, Loki's closed out. The 1K giveaway is open. Let's see. We can hear him, but the screen's not moving. Yeah,
man.
You're frozen. You're like Elsa.
Except
But
I'm an Anna.
You're an Anna. Mana. There you are. There you go.
Hey.
So the 1K giveaway, I'll go over in just a minute. Matthew, give me just a second. One of the things that I wanted to go over, and it kind of ties into, since you were able to do the character meet and greet.
Oh yeah.
My big thing. Do you think that we're weeks away or months away from character interaction coming back?
It's really hard to tell because even at Chef Mickey's, there was quite a bit of spacing. Essentially, they had the tables lined up along a perimeter, right, with an open floor space for the characters to come out and interact with each table. So I really don't know how they're going to convert that into that face-to-face meet and greet situation, because when we were there, they even told us, don't stand up. Stay at your table. Get your camera ready and remain at your table.
I actually agree with LED. Parades need to come back first, and then maybe some of the shows like the stage shows, and then maybe we'll start seeing, probably I would say, I don't know that it'll happen before Christmas. It might. I think we'll get more interaction. I don't think we'll get closer interaction because I think that that's what's missing. It is really hard to charge them $180 and not let them interact with the character.
Exactly.
So I think you're going to see that in some capacity. By the way, James, I agree with you about having an Indiana Jones ride, but Presidential Tourist I miss the old meet and greets. Yeah, I mean, look, they're trying to keep everybody safe. I get that, but there's a way to do it. Kind of like what they do at the Disney or at the Epcot entrance where they've got Pluto and Goofy off to the side to do Mickey and Minnie. They could do it a little bit closer. SeaWorld figured it out day one. Inside the building for Sesame Street, they put toy boxes in the way so that the character could distance themselves 6 feet, but you could still stand in front and get pictures. And that was actually brilliant. They even
Right.
did it with Big Bird, and they did it with is it Abby? It's Abby.
Mhm.
So they really figured it out in that sense, and I think that there's a way to do both. Let's see, good. Yeah, just sub to DC channel, fantastic.
Hey, Just Jesse, thank you for subbing. Thank
There
you
you
so
go.
much.
From what I heard,
We are not a big channel. We're nowhere near FPE, but we're trying. So each little bit of
let me tell you something. I
engagement
was
is
at your
awesome.
number 10 weeks ago, 12 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
We happen to hit, and anybody who's a YouTuber will tell you this. You hit the right formula at the right time,
I'm almost
and
sorry.
things happen. Like, I put this in perspective. We went up 250 subscribers in a week, but today we started the stream. I think we were at 9:30. We ended at 9:50. So we still gained 20.
Right.
On a normal day, I would be sitting here like, and by the way, it's not that I'm not elated. It's like mind blowing. I mean, we used to go up one sub and I'd be like, whoa, we gained a sub. And you do.
Yeah.
Everything is relative with the way that YouTube works. But let's see. Hang on. Let me read what Mike put from today. What I heard is a net survey about going out asking.
Mhm.
Hey,
Yeah.
Namin
Actually,
Nam,
I
thank you
heard
for
that.
subscribing.
What's that?
I was just saying, Namin Nam, thank you for subscribing because I just
Yeah.
got a notification that I have 2 new subscribers just from hanging out with you guys.
Well,
It's
and,
so
and that's the
awesome.
thing is I want everybody to show that love and to sit
Yeah.
there and subscribe to one another. One of the things that is amazing about this is I didn't do this. And, I think one of the things that I think was missed all along was one little spark, chasing dreams with Mike, Journey Awaits. These are all people who, because they wanted to help, they did. And one of the things that I will tell you, and I'll make the announcement now, I'm going to be doing some things with YouTube and doing some classes because I literally, and this is no joke, I've had about 20 to 25 people reach out to me in some capacity and say, how did you do this? What did you do? Can you teach me how to do it? And the answer is yeah. I mean, some of it is, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Some of it was luck. And if
Right.
anybody knows Chasing Dreams with Mike hit Velocicoaster and took off like a freaking rocket. And some of it is just that. Okay. The rest of it is hard work. And by the way, if there's one thing that I'll share before I get into classes with everybody who want to do it, there is no success without hard work. It does not matter whether you're a YouTuber, whether you're in custodial services, or whether you're a CEO of a company. Until you get to the place where you feel that you have succeeded or have become successful, I can tell you as an absolute fact, if you don't put in the work, it will not happen. What happened the other night to us was an absolute accident, but because I looked at my wife and I said, nobody else is going to do this.
You were there.
Need to do it. And
Yep.
she sat there and she goes, how in the world are we getting from SeaWorld at 10 o'clock fireworks to cast member fireworks at the boardwalk? And I said, we're going to make it happen. And I said, I know that nobody else is going to do this because nobody else is talking about it. Wow, you're totally frozen. And your screen's frozen, just so you know, DC.
Oh yeah, literally.
Oh, shoot.
So, when we did this, now what's really ironic is I got up on the bridge and everyone's going, hey, there's that crazy Disney lady. And I'm going, okay, so she's probably going to stream this too. And as
I
it
knew she
turns
wasn't
out,
streaming. She was just chilling.
as it turns out, nobody else did it. There were 2 other streamers sitting on the bridge. Nobody did it. There you go. You're back. And,
And you're back.
so, he knows he's coming back right now, everybody. So, once I realized I was the only person there, the pivotal moment for me was, did he just freeze like that? That would be so funny if he did.
No, he's just kidding.
So the pivotal moment for us was when I realized LBV TV was in the chat and was pushing. And then I started to see other people and hear things, and it was just crazy. It was so much fun. It was ridiculous. Tanya did the rehearsal the night before. See, and that's the thing is like, I didn't even know that there was going to be one. And I happened to catch wind of it when we were in the park. And I was like, we got to do this. And then I started seeing he is frozen like that, which is fantastic. DC, you're frozen in the funniest way imaginable.
I've got to see it.
Like, seriously, that is
Let me
fantastic.
pull up stage. Hold on.
Like,
I'm getting out my phone.
yeah, like somebody, hang on a second. Jen, screenshot that. That is fantastic. Like, the way that you're frozen right now
That
is
is
absolutely epic.
He sees it. He's losing his
Oh my
mind.
God,
Like, I
that's great.
cannot right
Yeah,
now.
I just pulled it up on my phone. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fantastic.
Jesse just sent me a picture. Yeah, Jesse just sent me I am me a picture. That's
So,
beautiful.
so that's where I'm frozen right now. Wow.
Yeah, you're back. There you are. So
That's great. Oh my God. This is the best.
that was
That was
fantastic.
I've gotten like a bunch of messages, which is so funny. Like,
I'm trying to see how long I can hold this.
because I was like, no, he's kidding. I'm like, no, he actually.
No, he was
froze.
actually frozen just like that. That was
Oh, goodness.
fantastic.
So all I can imagine, can you hear me, right? You can hear me.
Oh yeah, the whole time.
So basically,
Yes.
everyone is hearing this conversation go on. Oh, and now it's changed. And now, what am I doing there? I look boring and horrible.
Who said that?
I'm unfrozen now.
Wait, did someone
Oh.
put that?
What?
I'm unfrozen.
Hold on. He looks good, blurry. I don't know.
No.
All right, so no, I was hoping there were no disparaging comments. That would
Well, boo.
Did somebody leave a disparaging comment?
Well, I have like Mangamon, so I think it would have been taken care of. I
Yeah,
haven't
I
seen it.
don't think so.
Yeah.
All right, so we're good there.
I
Well,
got the
I
parts
guess-
in
I
there,
guess-
so we're good.
I guess now it's me again. Here's my boring face.
So, but basically, I think where we're at with everything is, we're going to start to see things slowly come back, and I think you're going to start to see more interactions. They got to keep everybody safe. I get that. I don't have a problem with it. Although, if you were in Magic Kingdom today, you would know one thing: they don't give a shit about us because we were shoulder to shoulder with everybody, 50,000 deep.
Yeah, and people are piling on top of you, and you're like, "What
They
are you
are.
doing?"
They're all. I mean, everybody's literally
I think
crawling.
And this was in the
Everybody's
and Dave, you know what the worst part about it is? We're talking about people piling on top of you. I was in the men's room at the Contemporary. I'm like, come on.
See,
Ew.
It was a
Ew.
joke.
Like,
Was it a bad joke?
it's a 1 a.m. joke that thankfully we're on late. So,
Oh.
although keep in mind, we'll be shown again tomorrow morning at 8:00. It's only a late night show once, but let's see. Only this man.
Hey, Dave, can I tell you something?
I hope
Can I tell you something?
maybe,
You're looking good.
but basically the long and the short of it with Disney at this point is that it's going to be a little bit of a rough road. They should change it to. Yeah, I mean, look, with what's going on with Splash Mountain, there's 100 things they can do. I'm wondering if they're actually going to do anything. I wonder if it was a big hubbubaloo and they blew past it. I don't know, Edwin. It really depends on, this world changes in 15 minutes. And you don't know. From a cost perspective, Disney lost $4.9 billion. I think they're going to want to see some recouping first. They've got a lot of projects going on, both with Epcot and Tron, not mentioning Ratatouille and some of the other things that they are doing. So I don't know that they're going to just jump into another refurb right now. They are refurbing Jungle Cruise. They're doing a lot of things just in these parks, not counting what they're doing worldwide. So I'm not really sure that we're going to see a lot of that. So we'll see. I mean,
A lot of what?
He mentioned refurbing. They were talking about Splash Mountain being refurbed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he said it
whole
should be Race to
concept.
Witch Mountain. Which the biggest problem that we all have.
It freaked me out. It freaked me out when I was a kid, the Witch Mountain movies. But today's kids, not so much.
Probably not. But one of the things that I kind of feel about the way, and we've talked about it in numerous chats in here, on Saturday night, is the princesses are not in that area, and it doesn't fit the theming. So,
No,
what are you
not at
laughing?
all.
Jen just lost it.
You know what? I think Jen just realized how much I look like Christian Bale.
That's really funny.
I think she just figured that out.
So, but I mean, I really think that the way that the parks are headed, you're going to see things that are going to be a little bit. I think that you're going to see things slow down. I think that, at the end of the day, and I've said this before about Disney, you may be pissed at what Disney's doing, but we're still paying top dollar and not getting top service. I don't think that they're going to sit there and say, and don't get me wrong, I'm all for inclusion of everything and everyone. But I think at this point, they're probably sitting here going, it's been there for years and decades, and we're in the works. We need time to mock it up, build it up. It's going to take us a couple of years because I think they're going to want to recoup some money first. $4.9 billion, a lot of money. So it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. See, and that's my point is Frontierland can't have the bayou. It doesn't make any sense.
You're right.
There's a lot of things that, and by the way, if Disney were really forward thinking and smart, you know what they would do? They would design a movie that is in the Frontierland that had a log flume style ride to it.
I thought Brer Rabbit took place in the bayou.
It does, but it doesn't.
But let's think about opportunities for storytelling.
Well, that's the point.
And Jungle Cruise was something that they had to do. And I think that's why we are now seeing The Rock and Emily Blunt.
I would like to see the characters in it. If you're going to put Johnny Depp into, Pirates of the Caribbean, then they should.
Wait. I hard stop, because I think that Johnny Depp created a second career based on that character.
Agreed. But if you're going to put him into the ride and put him in as that paradigm, because he is Jack Sparrow.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If you're going to do. If you're going to do something where you're going to have The Rock reboot this and you're going to theme this or do that, then you need to go after that. And then the other side being is they could, in theory, do some kind of movie that has. Think of it like Land of the Lost.
You're not frozen anymore.
No, you're good.
It seems like I'm frozen again.
No,
what are you guys doing to me?
So, like, if they did something like Land of the Lost, they could literally forward think and redesign the ride around a movie that could become epic. And I think that there's a lot to it. They could almost, and it doesn't have to think, because, and by the way, I think Onward was one of the worst movies ever made. But think Onward, where it's an epic adventure. They really need to put a lot of time and thought into it, and then design the ride to meet the movie and make sure that the movie actually takes off. Because they need to do something Frozen-esque over there, but Frontier. And they had an opportunity.
What do you mean, but Frontier?
Well, it's Frontierland. So
but what do you mean? About how you think you can get the characters.
Well, you know how in Onward they had the two brothers, and did you ever see Onward?
Onward, I've read the synopsis and the spoilers for it, because I looked at it and I'm like, this is not a movie that I want to know about. And I'm reading what Mike says, and yeah, Mike, that's definitely a possibility. But what I would say is, they could do something where, like with Onward, where they have two brothers, and it's this way it doesn't fit the princess theme, or it could be Pixar-ish. They could do something that plays more off of it. They could include, everyone was talking about Monsters Inc. Well, let's do Monsters Inc. out there. Let's include Toy Story. I know there's a Toy Story land. Do something based off of
Woody and Jesse. There's a lot of things that they could do to incorporate what's going on and not doing what they're doing. Bring back Electric Light Parade. I absolutely agree with that. Sorry, Jen. I thought I was going to sleep again. That's really funny. And then there's Mike's version, which, by the way, I don't know that Mike's wrong with this either, because this actually would make sense. Now, if they made Tom Sawyer Island into a bayou theme and Aunt Polly's into Tiana's Place, I'd get behind that. To a degree, I agree with that too. But at the same time, and oh, by the way, Cars would work there too, because you do have the Lightning McQueen aspect of it that's out in the the dirt track. There's a lot of things that they could do. They could bring in a boats movie and make it like that, because they did planes already, so it's not inconceivable. Or a crossover movie in some capacity. There's a lot of things that they could do that would really bring this home. They've got to go away from the princesses, because if not, then why not put Tiana there? So you have to go more towards its own individual story, or and by the way, I'm in favor of this. I'm probably the only person that's going to say yes, this is a great idea. Put Roger Rabbit in it. You already have Brer Rabbit. Put Roger Rabbit there, and oh, by the way, we would be good to go. So I'm going to say I have we got rid of Woody's Roundup in Frontierland. Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. And that's why I said, I could see it being, Roger Rabbit themed would be phenomenal. Like, that would be just epic. Nothing would make me happier than to see Roger Rabbit. So
I agree with you totally. Dude.
Roger Rabbit would be phenomenal, no doubt. But I don't know. Disney tries to distance themselves from Roger, but they should embrace him. Bring him.
Why do you think they try to distance themselves?
Well, they teamed up with Bugs Bunny for the movie, and it's the only time with Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers, yeah,
and Universal.
It's the only time that you see Bugs and Mickey appear together.
And same with Woody.
So what? I mean, why do you think that Disney doesn't view that as an opportunity to really connect with a broader audience?
Well, the movie's old. And they've already said that they're never going to do anything like it again.
You know who they made the movie underneath, and Disney's
well,
never been the same.
No, so. Eisner was how they did it, and they ran from Eisner's ideas. But if I show it every time I go into Hollywood Studios that you have Eddie Valiant's window right over the diner, and then you have Roger's silhouette, and then you have the Maroon Studios. It is literally the only. What's that?
You gotta get that street mall thing out there.
Right. It's the only time that they pay homage to him, and it's like, put him on the ride, have him going over the falls. It would be freaking hilarious with him and Baby Herman, and it would be just hysterical. But at the end of the day, I don't know. Originally, they were supposed to be a Roger Rabbit land. It was a truly, I do know what you're talking about, Mike. It's truly a mistake that they didn't go down that road. Like, my daughter thinks it's the best thing that's ever been made, and the truth is, they could have went on with Roger Rabbit cartoons. They could have continued on. That's a whole nother series that they could have went down. There's a million things they could have done. They used to have Press Penny. Yeah, they used to do a lot more with Roger, and there is a Roger Rabbit ride in Disneyland. I think, aren't they doing away with it?
No, I don't really know.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
But it would be great. I think that everybody, from our standpoint, would look at it and go, "It's Roger." My daughter loves Bonkers, which most people don't even know who Bonkers is. And I just happen to be fortunate enough that I raised my child the right way on 80s cartoons. So I'm not a big fan of like the new stuff, but 80s and 90s cartoons, they were the pinnacle moment for cartoons. So I love those. I'd love to see that, but that's just my humble opinion.
It's an opinion that we will gladly receive.
Yeah. So let's see. Is that what you got?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we're going to move on to another section. You still going to hang out with us for a bit? Or are you done for the night? Or how are you doing?
I'm here.
All
right. Just mess around with the cameras.
Okay. We'll hang out for a minute because here we go.
Yeah.
We are doing our Loki giveaway. And
Wait. You're doing the Loki giveaway?
Yeah.
Hey, you got a variant over here. So I think you and Jen need to come up with a little bit of a plan of how you can manipulate this variant. So, how do you think you might best utilize me
I think if
for
you put the
your
glasses on,
for your giveaway? Your giveaway.
put your glasses on,
Wait. Okay.
and freeze just like that because you're frozen.
One moment.
You're frozen.
All right.
Now,
Totally frozen. All right, give me your phone. All right. Did we lose you?
I
There
don't
you
know.
are. All right, so
He's back. He's got the glasses.
we've got Loki sitting here with us. We've got Loki sitting here with us.
you said something about a giveaway. So
I am doing a giveaway, and the way that this is we had roughly speaking, there were almost 400 entries.
Do you understand why it took me to almost 2 in the morning?
Okay, it was almost 400 entries into this contest. The grand prize winner, by the way, we hit grand prize. It took us about 40 hours. I don't even think it took that long. It was literally under 2 days. We were already at a grand prize. The grand prize this time, do you have them here? Or where are they?
What? They're
Yours.
not. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Well,
That's part of it.
We have T-shirt, which can be the Loki T-shirt. Let's see. Jen's pulling out the ears right now. We bought these in Hollywood Studios the other night.
Just so Disney would not run out.
Yeah, because we were afraid that they might run out of Loki ears.
So many people are wearing these around the park and in Disneyland.
Here are the Loki ears on the side.
You gotta turn on.
If I get it the right way, it's...
Is it gonna come out? Oh, good.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, good.
Mischievous. Okay, so...
Mischievous.
Whatever. Disney tags, just so everybody knows that everything is...
Legit.
Right out of the park. Most people were on the live stream when we did it. So it's T-shirt, the Loki ears. We are also doing park only merch and a $25 Disney gift card. So I just dropped Jen's phone for a second. Jen's going to have to open it back up. Now, this is our grand prize winner. We also have a second prize winner that's going to win Florida Park Explorers merch. So that will be a T-shirt, and then our third place person is, what did I miss?
Snoopy is Loki.
What happened?
Go. It's up. It's down. It's one of the last comments.
Oh, there it is. So, and then our third place winner tonight is from the chat. We have decided that we're always going to pick somebody who is in the chat. And so that this way you guys are
so we only need the first 2, then we'll have everybody drop something in the chat because I forgot.
Well, no, you picked people up. All right, so then get rid of the third person.
I am.
All right, so here's what I would like everybody to do. If you'll go ahead and drop an emoji in the chat.
Well,
let's get this out of the way. So this way we've got all 3. We can announce them right in a row. So everybody who's in the chat right now, stop typing everything that you're typing. Just drop an emoji so that we can do that. Once we get our emojis, Jen will do a quick pick, and we will have our third winner. So, all right, everybody's dropping them in right now. There's Everett, Just Jesse, Ella D. Keep dropping them in. There's 28 of you in there, so let's get all those emojis dropped in. No double dipping. If you put your name in twice, I'm pulling you out completely.
And can I say something?
Mike Wheeler put in toilet paper. I
That's
absolutely
fantastic.
love that.
He said it was pre-pandemic.
Okay.
It's the worst.
So while everybody's dropping that in, I'm going to go ahead and tell you who the first And grand
Wait a
prize
minute.
winner is
Person.
the grand prize winner of our
Dave?
Loki contest. You ready?
No.
You're
Not ready.
frozen again. You keep freezing. All right. So, first place grand prize winner goes to Brittany Ray. You are our grand prize winner of the Loki giveaway. Brittany Ray with a frozen Loki on the other side of our screen. It is fantastic that you're frozen right now. It is because you have the perfect face for what I just did, and it is fantastic. don't move. So, Brittany Ray, you are our grand prize winner. We will be reaching out to you to get shirt sizes and to reach out to you to get your address so that we can send everything out to you. So, congratulations to Brittany Ray. Our second place winner is none other than one of our newer mods. So, one of our newer mods, you are a winner of a Florida Park Explorers t-shirt, and it is someone who's been kind of beneficial to us very heavily lately. So, Mike Wheeler, you have won Florida Park Explorers t-shirt. We appreciate you very much. And Jen,
I'm going to pick one right now.
is picking the third person out of the chat as we speak. The last one, spin it, close your eyes here, watch this. Let's close your eyes, can't see
Mike,
anything.
again, we have to pick.
Yeah, if it's Mike or, well, Brittany's not here, so.
Oh gosh, I can't do this because you should actually do it because no, you can't.
I can't do it. I'm looking at the screen so that I can't.
Where's my finger? Oh my gosh, it's Manny.
Manny, you win. Let's see. Manny, you have won the in chat also. So you're also going to get a Florida Park Explorers t-shirt. So Mike Wheeler gets one. Manny gets the chat win.
Manny just reached out to me on Facebook.
Spectacular.
So I talk to Mike all the time. And
So
Brittany is
we've
on
got all that. We've got Brittany in there. And now, congratulations to everybody. That was epic and fantastic. Congratulations to all of you. So that was a huge giveaway.
Now, Manny's also another person that won, like DC won from One Little Spark. So
there you go. DC actually won a hat on the first night. He was in chat with us for about 5 seconds, so that worked out well. And Manny came over from One Little Spark. Let me get rid of this little thing right here. Let me go on to, because everybody was asking earlier about the other contest. So I'm going to kind of go into that for a second. DC's frozen again. He likes to freeze. Let's see. Giveaways, 1K.
I should just give Adam DC's email address, the amount of recipes.
That's
just have a recipe circle.
It should be the DC and Adam Bomb cooking network. All right. So congratulations to all you guys. I couldn't be happier for you. This is what we want to do. We're going to be doing these even moving forward. Once we get over 1,000, we're going to have some different style giveaways. We're going to keep going with what we're doing because it continues to do growth. We're going to have a lot of fun. Yeah. Adam won the first time. He watched too. It happens all the time.
That's right. He was in your, he won the same time Cheryl won from Journey Weights.
I think we just lost.
Did we lose DC?
I think we just lost DC.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway, so Adam's wearing his hat. So the 1K giveaway. Let's.
He said he's
No, he said I'm wearing my hat.
So when we get the shirts out like in the next week, he'll sit with his shirt and his hat when he's on.
That'll be fantastic because he's also got a Florida Park Explorer shirt coming. Are you all streaming the 4th? Yes, we are. We will be in Magic Kingdom. So that's going to be kind of
Epcot and Magic.
Yes, we're starting out in Epcot, then we go over to Magic Kingdom. So it's going to be ridiculously epic.
Unless I get a pure pass for Magic Kingdom, like I did today, like at the last hour. But
yeah, without a doubt, Rachel. We actually, I've been debating a few things. I've got some samples coming in, and then I'm actually meeting with somebody who I saw their work already and came highly recommended. I'm meeting with them tomorrow. I don't know if they're in the chat right now. I don't think they are.
He was earlier. I don't know if he came back in, but
Theme Park, are you here? Theme Park Lifestyle.
I'm gonna delete that thing now, and I'm gonna start loading not right this second, but
So
the next giveaway obviously is the 1,000K.
here's the 1,000K. Good luck. I'll see you all tomorrow sometime. Perfect. We'll see you tomorrow then.
Thanks, Everett.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for sticking around.
We're going to be on tomorrow. It'll be towards the afternoon, evening. Depends upon the rain.
Just so you know, there's our Stream Elements bot is going to keep dropping a contest giveaway. We can turn this out if you want. Oh, I'll move over because DC's on the screen. So the Stream Elements bot's going to keep. We're going to fix this when we get off because I can't figure it out. I'm going to have Tech Man do it. So he's going to keep posting he is a.
Well, I guess that works.
It's gonna keep posting about a giveaway, and it's the Loki giveaway, I think. So
It'll
we're gonna
keep posting
adjust that
Loki
tomorrow
until-
to the 1K.
I'll have it down tonight, so that'll be
Because
off.
I see the mods are posting the 1K. Mike posted it.
Yes.
Jaquetta did. So
the 1K is very, very simple. Obviously, we're getting very close to the 1K. Last time we looked, we are at
951.
We are at 951. We have had, and a lot of you know, I had some issues over this past week, which we're not going to get into. But the person who has been trolling our account continues to sub, so that may change a little bit. We've currently found like 10 or 11 ghost accounts. So we may see an adjustment in our subscriber rate, which is fine. We don't care. We know we're going to get there. We know we're going to get past it. I'm not worried about that. But our numbers today may not be exactly accurate. The good news is we are over our 4,000 hour limit. We're at 4,100, and that is not counting tonight's stream. It will show us, tomorrow where we're actually at, but we're way over.
and
So
Rachel we'll keep Jesse in mind. We have some other people that have reached out to us.
Yeah.
We're
Jesse's definitely in the mix.
we are good on mods at the moment.
We have like 20 mods at the moment.
Yeah. So we're
But I'm not. And by the way, I'm not opposed to Jesse. Jesse's a Marvel fanatic.
yeah, which I
and
like,
she's
totally
in late night
appreciate.
chats with us, which we love because we need
Yeah.
late night mods. So it may be something that we're gonna actually be going over some of this stuff this up and coming week. We've just been streaming every day for 10 days. When we finally get done during Tropical Storm Elsa, we're gonna sit down, go through who's on our mod list, and kind of go through everything. There are some people that have reached out. There are some people we want to have as mods. We've just got to have a blend of people because I've got my UKs, I've got my East Coast, I need some West Coast. So I'm good with all. I definitely will be keeping Jesse in mind. And I'm totally good with that. So that's fantastic. Can you my run half the time? The reason that we have you in Stone Cold Jedi is because you always have our best interest in mind. And to be honest with you, you've become a friend, and we enjoy having you there. And again, we're going to reach out to all of our mods. Can you hear me? DC's back. Hey, DC. We have.
Did he put in? Wait,
hang on.
is that what that guest just came on or no?
I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me look and see. Let me switch over. So hold on, DC. Hang on 1 second for me. We're gonna have a mod get together where I send out some information. You guys will kind of let me know what's what, and if we can all talk one day, that would be great. I can set us all up in StreamYard where we can all kind of chat. DC, no, you jumped off feed done. Yeah, so give me just a second, DC, and then I just saw that your light came back up. Give me 1 second, and I'll bring you back in. I'm in the studio. Perfect. Give me 1 second, and I'll have you back up. So the 1K giveaway is very, very simple. We're about 50 away at the moment. All we need to do is get to 1,000. Now, I'm going to basically hold the contest open for 48 hours after we hit 1,000. The reason that I'm doing that is because I want to allow the people who come in ample time because they're tagging people and sharing it. So if I hit 1,000, I cut the contest off, all the people that they tag and all the other people are going to get pissed at us, and I don't want that. So I'm going to let it go for
Let it
48
go.
hours. At that point, the contest will close. The only thing I can tell you is there's one major rule that you guys are going to see in there. As you kind of tell you, we're more than happy to help. Katie, thank you. The one thing that I'll tell you,
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And everything you said is awesome.
the one thing
Yes,
I'll tell
you can,
you
Manny.
without a doubt is this.
FL_park_explorers. That's me. Contact me.
Yes.
I handle.
The only rule that I like, you guys need to go watch the video. It's a 3-minute video to win an almost $1,000 prize package. So I think it's worth the time. That's okay.
Forky and Katie say we only call him Forky.
There you go, Forky. Hello, Forky. So there's one major rule, and I changed this in the 11th hour, and it's my contest, so I'm allowed to do that. Jen and I have talked it over. We have decided that you have to be in it to win it for this particular contest. I don't do this normally. As a matter of fact, I'm not. What was her name? That one, Brittany. Brittany was not in the chat tonight. She won. That's okay. We normally run our contest that way.
This one's a little
But
different.
this one isn't. Nobody. I've never heard of anyone doing what I'm doing. I've never heard out of all the channels, out of everybody.
Yes, like, can you? Like,
Yeah. This is the best highlight ever.
Yeah.
Our contest, our rules, and I'm not being ugly about it. You know what it is the night of the giveaway. We're going to have everybody in the chat. We're going to, I'm going to let I hate to say this, but it's going to be a good hour and a half before we do the giveaway. And there's 2 reasons behind it. I want to allow everybody ample time to get into the chat. I want to see, there's a way that I can actually track how many people are in our chat. I can see it in the top. I'm going to give everybody ample time. We're going to give everybody a couple of days worth of notice so that everyone knows exactly where and when we will be live in front of the castle doing this giveaway. At that point, we are going to give you guys like a 30 to 45 minute notice. If you leave the chat and we call your name and you're not there, we will call the next name. So it's going to be a huge party, Mike. It's going to be a couple hour event. I'm giving away a major prize package. I'm not sponsored. I have accepted no money on this whatsoever. This is from us to thank everybody for everything that they've done. And, look, let's be honest. You guys know how I roll with giveaways. This one's going to be pretty epic. But I want to see 800, 900, 1,000 people sitting in our chat. Now, not because I want to drive myself absolutely crazy. Hang on, DC. Let me finish my contest and I'll get you in. Here's my question. What if we don't live in Florida? I don't care. You just have to get here. I'm providing two single-day passes and a night hotel with 2 shirts and 2 sets of ears. If you read the description of the video, it will tell you I'm not responsible for your food. I'm not responsible for your taxes, any incurred expenses that you guys do. I'm not involved in any of that. I'm not involved how you get here. I'm not involved if there's bad weather. I'm not responsible.
See,
I'm totally indemnified against everything. I had my attorney drafted up so that we're good. I do not have to worry about me being responsible. If you get injured in the park, sorry. If you get hurt in a hotel room, sorry. It has nothing to do with us. I'm not affiliated with Disney. I'm not affiliated with YouTube, Instagram, Google, or any other company. This is our company, and you, by agreeing to the contest, you indemnify us. We will have none of the repercussions. I mean, it says it in the contest rules. And when you win, we will be sending you a document you have to sign in order to do this, to protect us. And it is really just that simple. We win. Can we forward the prize? I don't care what you do with it. It's yours. Let's see.
Adam asked what I was drinking in the cup, so I figured I'd just type it.
Oh, well, I made it easy. Hang on, everybody. I'll get to chat in just a second. Let me finish this so I can bring DC back in. So the only rule that's going to apply, you have to watch the video, because if you don't follow the rules of the video, you won't win. But lastly, I want to see an epic night. I want to see 800, 900, 1,000, 1,200 people sitting in our chat. It'll help our time at that point, because at that point we will be monetized. It will help us tremendously. It will send YouTube the most epic, go get this video out there kind of thing. That's what we're looking for. And I get to promote this a little differently. It's our contest. I'm a marketing person. We own a marketing company. So this was how I decided I wanted to market it. And then we will make that announcement. As soon as your name is called, you will drop your name in the chat and tell us you're there. You will also be given instructions at that point exactly what to do, so that you can reach out to us so that we can be in contact with you. Jen will immediately take over off camera. I'm going to do some other things. So if I were you, when we announce the grand prize winner, I wouldn't run off. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Bob's your uncle. So let me catch up on some chat. Let me bring DC back in, since he accidentally axed himself. There he is. All right, he's back in green in color. He looks like the Hulk. All right. Let's see. Let me catch up on some chat real quick. Sorry that we didn't see you come back in. Let me see real quick what's what.
I didn't think that I even dropped out.
Yeah. Let's see. Host, I am part. That's funny. My rules, your rules, blah, 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 blah. And I'll do nothing. You get a t-shirt. You get a t-shirt. You get I like giving out t-shirts, man. Let's see. I would gladly drive down there. That's the thing is, you can use it at any time. There's no like time frame. It's not like, oh, you have a certain amount of things. Now, obviously there's blackout dates. Why? Because it's going to be impossible to get a hotel room the week of Christmas. There's nothing I can do about that. And it says it's subject to availability. If I can't get your room and you want to come down, there's really nothing I can do about it. I can reimburse you. So there's a lot of things that we're going to do. We're going to help out with. Presidential Tourist, what's my vlogging schedule? Tomorrow we're going to be in Magic Kingdom. Monday we're going to be in SeaWorld. And then we have to play it by ear because of Elsa. We're going to see what happens. Let's see. It's up to you.
That sounds hilarious when you say, well, I got to plan things based on Elsa. When you tell it to friends and family, doesn't it feel a little separated from reality?
I live in Disney, so for me, everyone just kind of goes, that's about right. Hello, I'm here. What's up? Let's see. Adam made a mixed juice. I'm off. Bob is your uncle. How did you know? How many new subs? Everyone wants to know how many new subs you got, DC. Do you know where you started tonight with your sub?
How many new subs? I don't know. Let me check.
I'm just going for the record. Timeout in chats. That's fantastic. And where you travel from? Okay. Let's see. Bob's your uncle. Good one. I'm only banned on 13 channels. That's it. I figured it would be way higher than that. Host, I demand Christmas. That's fantastic. I'm going to Legoland. I was supposed to be at Hollywood Studios Tuesday. It depends on the weather. DC is at 181. Nice. Where'd you start tonight at? Do you know?
I don't know.
There you go. So
I don't know, because the thing is, we realize that we are very young, we're small, and when it comes to the milestones, because I have to be honest, our next one is 500, because when we hit 500, we get Universal Orlando passes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Again,
so that's the goal that's going to come from that. But for me, as far as the subscriber count, I just let it be what it is. You know?
And that's the thing is that's why one of the things that, when everyone started reaching out to me, I sat there and I was like, one of the things that I kind of felt like, and I don't mean anything by this. And a lot of times, when you discuss money in this world, it gets ugly and people kind of sit there and be like,
yeah,
did you just say that? But I own a marketing company, and I have 15 years of experience of running my company and doing things the right way, and we do digital and social media marketing. What I would say to you is there's an expression. If you've ever seen the Batman movie with why can't I think of Joker's name?
Which one?
Heath Ledger. If you've ever seen the one with Heath Ledger, he says something when they're like, well, why haven't you killed Batman? He goes, because if you're good at something, don't do it for free. There's certain things in this world I'm willing to give away at no charge. And there's other things that when you have 25 people legitimately reach out to you, and it might be almost 30, I started to realize that what they were asking were hours. It's not like a little bit of time for me. It's hours and hours and hours worth of time. And I sat there and I said, well, wait a minute. What if I could put everybody together and I could do it all at once? And it was like a class and I charged a nominal fee for it. I would make something off of it. I would be happy doing the class. The average person would get a ton of inside information as to how do I build my business? How do I do what I need to do? How do I do it the right way so that when Uncle Sam knocks on my door, I'm not screwed? And
very true.
So that's why I was like, you know what? I'm going to start doing a how to be a Disney vlogger class. And I'm going to give some promo tips that are going to be on our page. That'll be like little kind of tidbits, things that are, you know, I think are common knowledge.
Hey, Dave.
The rest of it will be in class. What's up?
I got a great idea. You've got 2 actors. DC and Michelle.
Yeah.
We look good on the camera, so maybe we work it out.
Yeah.
Everett's realizing why this is a late night.
Yeah. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, that was one of the things that we're going to do moving forward is we're going to be going after a different style of the way that this is done and doing it in such a way where when I kind of did it, you know, I said it the other day, I was like, oh, well, you know, maybe I'll do some classes, this or that. And you have 10 or 12 people come out and go, I'd sign up for it.
Right.
Okay. Well, then let's kind of do that. Let's get it put together. I want to get it so that, you know, Jen and I have already started to talk about a course outline so that you guys know what it would be. I'm big on discounts. It's not that I'm not money motivated like the rest of the world. Of course I am. But at the same time, I think that there's a time and a place for it. There's affordability that can happen. And there's things that we can do to make it work. Manny's out of here. Good night, Manny.
Good night, Manny. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for winning. Look at that. He takes his shirt and he runs off. So, you know, basically the long and the short of it is we're going to do things a little differently than everybody else. I want to be proactive in my YouTube community. But at the same time, if I'm going to dedicate 20 hours a week to something,
right,
there's got to be some form of compensation. And I'm not going to, and again, it's not something that's going to be crazy. It's going to be, ridiculously affordable. We're going to offer it where you can buy per class because you may know certain things and you don't need everything from me. And then there's other things where you're like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about and I want in. And then there's going to be people who have reached out to me and said, I want to start a channel. Well, you probably should take, all 3 classes or 4 classes, whatever we come up with, because that will help you out tremendously. And that's something that, we're going to be putting together over the course of the next week. We're going to be sitting around the house during, Elsa, and we're probably going to get a lot of that done. All right, gig, late night dinner with your family. Hope you have an amazing rest of your night. You're straight. Thank you so much. We appreciate you being in and hanging out with us. It's always a lot of fun. So take care. And thanks for being here. But, when it comes to the school aspect, it is one of those things where I was a small business mentor and coach for years.
Oh, good night.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I'm sorry.
That was one of those things where if I could tie it together and do something that helped people, that's what I want to do. I've already been in the corporate world. I've already been in the small business world. We've succeeded doing what we were doing. I'm ready for the next challenge. And the next challenge to me was YouTube. I love where we're at. Some of these things are motivational. And you're a motivational dude. DC, the battery. I know all about you now. And that's the thing is you know what it's like when you have a positive force on somebody. So, and that's what we want to be. And if we do certain things, I also have some ideas once we get over 1,000 that I'm going to share with some of the, and I mean no disrespect when I say smaller channels. Okay, we were a small channel 12 weeks ago, and if it wasn't for Chasing Dreams,
I am proud that we are a small channel because
I
I
love
know
being a
that
small channel.
we have worked to be as small as we are.
See, and there are certain people, and one of the questions that I'm going to ask before someone signs up for the course is, are you doing this for a hobby or a business? If you're doing this for a hobby, don't take the course. You can watch some of my little YouTube how-to videos and you'll go right through it and it won't be an issue. If you want to know how do I build a YouTube channel, how do I get it up, how do I get it going? Now, am I the be all end all? No. Do I know how to market myself correctly? Yes. Can I tell you how to do thumbnails? Yes. Can I make sure that your business is in place so that you don't start making money and you're screwed? Yes. Can I tell you how to do your merchandise? Yes. These are all those things so that if you want to build a YouTube channel and a brand, you will be able to do it.
Thanks, Adam.
So, Adam, you're killing
Adam,
me.
I just
Adam,
sent
you're
you an
killing
email
me
and I'm
right
in the
now.
middle of sending you another one. So.
But, you know, at the end of the day, that's one aspect that we're going down. And then our merch, I'm meeting with Theme Park Lifestyle. I hope tomorrow. He said he was going to be in Magic Kingdom. So I'm hoping to meet up with him tomorrow because I have two versions of my brand that are coming out. One is Florida Park Explorers. The other one is an absolute secret. I will not release it until the merch is ready. It's already trademarked, but I will not let the cat out of the bag. And I've had nothing but everybody asking, and I won't do it. When you see it, the first time you're going to see it will be on my body. I will have it. It will be hanging in the background here and here. You'll see all different kinds of designs. T-shirts will be coming up. Hats will be coming up. Everything you can possibly imagine. And at that point, I will tell you guys, I'm going to be looking for a lot of support.
Yeah, CJ, no kidding.
I have
that's
two.
Something you just sent me.
I won't see it, Mike. You're freaking killing me right now. I have 2 years invested in the designs and in making this company work. So this has always been a passion of mine. I love doing graphic design. It's what I do for fun. So you guys, I think will love it. When we tested it with some Disney folks, they thought it was brilliant. So hopefully it takes off. Hopefully it works. But you know, that basically takes care of what FPE has been up to, what we're doing. This next week's going to be a little weird because, as you know, DC pointed out, Queen Elsie's going to come over and hang out with us
For a while.
Are you a weather freak like the rest of us, or no? Do you like bad weather?
I mean, are we talking about my kink, Dave, for the weather?
No.
Are we talking about how
we ain't that late enough into the stream?
Yeah, no kidding. Like,
how I like to be tied up by the wind?
Nah. So the reason I ask is because we're going to have one little spark and potentially one little spark. And Marky Mouse is going to join us for, we're going to drive around Disney property if they close.
Yeah.
If they close the property, they may or may not. Mike, what's your opinion on tropical storms? Do you think that they'll close, or do you think they won't? Because if they do close, we're going to go around all of the areas that we can stream to, and we're going to bring it to everybody live. If they let us in the park, we're going in the park, and I'm going to stream it live. Presidential Tourist, I will tell you right now, I am trying to get everybody together just so that you know. I'm working on a schedule for a weekend where we can all meet in Disney Springs. So that is absolutely my goal, is to get YouTubers together and have everybody, basically meet up, sit down, round robin style, and for the live streamers, they're gonna, I'm thinking about a live streamers meeting and then a YouTubers meeting, so that the live streamers can all bring it together and do their thing, bring their people together and help each other grow. For the YouTubers, I want to get together for collaboration ideas, and I have a couple of thoughts in mind for some charitable work because I think, he's doing it on purpose.
Oh my gosh.
So let's see. So that's definitely on. Yeah, I definitely will, because you're one of the people, you conquer a different market too. And we want to collab with a bunch of people to get everybody together so that we can do that.
Yeah, I knew you would be interested. We knew you'd
I'm
be
excited
interested.
since I met my friend. That's fantastic. So, and basically the long and the short of it, everybody, is we have a ton of things that are coming. We've learned over the course of the last week that there's been a lot of things that we didn't know, and we've grown from that, and we will continue to do so. So, basically the long and the short of it is this is a channel of positivity. We don't believe in negative. We're going to be, when everyone else is doing it the wrong way, we're going to do it the right way, no matter what. I will not get into the mud. I will not do the other things. We will always be there to, if you're having a crap day, come hang out with us. If things are bad, come do Disney. 6 days a week, at least, we are going to be bringing the magic to people every single day, doing the fun stuff, collabing with people like this. So that this way we can have fun things, we can do things together, bring out ideas. I've been trying to get some YouTubers together. Presidential Tourist, I'll tell you this, and I mean this with all respect to most YouTubers and to live streamers. They're a pain in the ass to work with. They are. Everybody.
Wait. I'm pretty easy.
Not you. I'm talking. You're sitting here hanging out with us now. What I'm talking about is the average person doesn't have DC's personality. They're not sitting here saying I don't care. The average person legitimately is out for themselves. They're out to do what's best for them. I don't have that mentality in this world. I don't believe in it. Now, was there a time in my life that I did? Yes. I would be absolutely hypocritical and a liar to say otherwise. The only time that I think they're considered closing it is if they're going to make landfall. See, and I'm hoping it's open, because I'm going to tell you right now, if the parks are open, Mike, I'll be in the park. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'll be live streaming. By the way, you all know that I live streamed a microburst or a tornado. I got no problem with my family not being there, with me literally getting pushed down Main Street in a wheelchair if need be, because I think it would be hilarious. I'll put a sail on it. Will you be at the first day of the food? I would imagine yes. I can't imagine the answer to that is no. So
we have the way our passes are tied up, and I just saw Mondays blocked out for APs right now.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll hop. I mean, that's the advantage of hopping.
I know it changed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Did we just have DC freeze again? Because he looks like he's frozen in time. Nope, he's there. There he is. Once we settle down, we're not going out to Disneyland for about a year. Just to answer that question, it's one that I get almost every day. I don't fly, so I'll be driving out there. We are going to go on a 6 to 8 week sabbatical, but it will be a long time, and it will not be until next year. They're closed for a day during Dorian. I was doing, and that's the thing is they don't generally close for anything. DC lost his mind. I think he literally just unplugged. The reason they closed for Dorian originally was, it was supposed to come right over. It was supposed to be bad. But.
Food and Wine starts
By
July
the way,
15th.
This is what happens when you're broken. Right there. What are you reading? So, if you're going to mock me, I will simply end your stream.
Hey, Food and Wine starts July 15th. Wow, it's that much time between.
Wait, how long?
10 days between.
Well, they need a long time to set up. So
the booths are there. They just got to change signs.
They got to do all the tokens.
Oh, here he is. Theme Park Lifestyles. He is here.
Oh, there he is.
Hi, dude.
Yeah. Wait a second. Theme Park Lifestyles. Are you in Magic Kingdom tomorrow? Yeah, Mike. Dorian was a joke. Thankfully, because it could have been way worse.
Oh, no kidding.
DC is not right. Let's see. Let me know if you're going to be in the park tomorrow. Theme Park Lifestyle. So, basically, you guys kind of have an idea as to what's gone on over the last week. This week coming is going to be a little bit unique. And then I want to get together with with everybody. I'm planning on going. You know how to find us. You obviously will be on live. We're not going to be that hard to track down. So come up, introduce yourself. I definitely want to talk.
All
to you.
right, bye, Minnie Mouse.
Fantastic. Have a good one. And basically the long and the short of it, everybody, is we want to do collabs. As soon as DC comes, is able to get back in the park, you're going to see him streaming with us. We're gonna move them along, and but I think that there's an expression that I use, and I'm sure you've heard this in the past, DC. We rise together, we fall separately, and that is a mantra I have lived for years. I'll be there till you get off and have nothing else to do.
CJ,
There you
you
go.
did not just send me that. I'm dying right now.
I don't know what's going on.
No,
all I know
this
is my
is
wife's having a private conversation. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm gonna do it.
That's fantastic.
I have some more insider information from our new mod, Mike Wheeler. So
Have a good night, Michelle.
don't worry.
I'm just gonna keep going. So,
Well,
let's see. Theme park, Rachel, me too. Yeah, and I mean, guys, look, that's the whole point of the chat on a Saturday night, is for everybody to kind of, and I mean, we all want to rise together. Like the reason that Presidential Tourist is asking what he's asking is, and by the way, I don't know if you all noticed, but he's got like 3,000 people following him. It's sometimes in this community, at least this is the way I felt, and I don't know if you all feel
And he
this
does
way.
really cool.
I love what he does.
Like soda reviews and stuff, and he got the coolest Pluto cake for his birthday.
His review of Canada was great.
The Canadian,
I mean, it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I think everybody in the community feels, and again, I'm speaking for all of you, and if you don't feel this way, who have channels, let me know. You're by yourself. There's no where do you go and ask questions? What do you do? How do you meet with people? How do you lose your mind like DC? You don't have any place where you can go and collaborate. And that's why we all sit there and say, do you want to collab? Do you want to meet up? Do you want to do this? It's because as individuals, even though there's individual effort in everything that we do, human beings are designed to work with one another. I mean, it just is the way it is. There is no I in team. Yes, there's about 9 different ways I can say it and say, but there's an M and an E, and that means me. But at the end of the day, it's not about that. It is literally, is about us collabing with one another. When all of this happened, this one where the hell is he? There he is. I wanted to.
You keep pointing to me.
Well, because my
I
camera's
know.
backwards. He's on.
Okay.
Even though he's on this side of my screen, he's over there. One of the things, and he legitimately doesn't care, about how fast they rise, what they do, which is because he's doing it organically.
The thing is, Dave, we literally do it because we like to have the opportunity to just be ourselves.
Exactly.
And with ourselves with a megaphone.
Well, but that's the point.
It's
we did the same
basically
thing.
saying we like each other so much, right? It's not like we have a big ego like, hey, people should watch us, but we like each other so much, right?
Yeah.
I love her personality. She loves mine. So it's just like, why not just live life and record it?
But there's a way to do that. And to be perfectly honest with you, I've said this to you off camera, and you know what I'm saying is true because I've texted to you 1,000 times. I don't understand exactly why people watch us. And what I keep getting from everyone is because there's a realism. I met FP through Chasing Dreams. Yeah. And the thing is, you're getting us. Now, I've been literally on camera since what time today? 6 o'clock? 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
I have literally been on camera for, it's like 7 hours.
With a 20-minute break.
And legitimately, I don't fully get the whole thing, but people are looking for realism, and you guys are real.
Right.
And I think that you're going to resonate with people because you bring a different character, a different style. It's like Have you ever met Drew in the moment?
No, I have not.
Wait till you do, because Drew's a
Okay.
freaking character. He's hysterical. And the way that you see him on camera is the same way. Head to bed. CJ, have a good night. Thank you
Good
for
night,
everything.
CJ. Thanks for coming in.
You know, and actually, you've been on since 7:08. Thank you, Mike. So
Okay, we were late.
you haven't met Drew yet, but when you do, you'll realize he has a certain personality and he resonates to people. The same thing is going to happen with you, but you don't hit the gas. And that was one of the things where I said to you when you and I met up, we were going to talk about how to get you moving a little bit, because you're going to resonate with people in a different manner, with a different way. And if you guys haven't seen Blocking and Talking, because you don't know what I'm talking about, you do that on what, Wednesday nights, or is it Tuesday?
Mondays and Tuesdays.
Mondays or Tuesdays. And what they do is they legitimately build Legos and talk to you while they're doing it. And it's freaking hilarious. And they have a great time doing it. And the two of them sit side by side and they have fun doing it. And the first time Jen said to me, so they build Legos online and this and that. And I sat there and I went, they do what? And I was like, they build Legos online. I'm like, and she goes, well, they're Star Wars Legos. And I'm like, okay, now you're starting to get my attention. And so the first time I tuned in, you had me in about 30 seconds. It didn't take long because your dynamic with Michelle is phenomenal. And that's what people are looking for. To be honest with you, you could be stacking fruit. I don't think I'd care. I'd watch it. And I think that that's really what it comes down to is people are looking for realisms. There are so many vloggers out there. And I said this to Jen before we went on tonight, before we even left the house. You can edit yourself out when you're vlogging. You can edit out, I screwed up, I did this, I could retake it 10 times. There are people who are over 1,000 that aren't live streaming. They're going after the vlog. Why? Because they're afraid of being in front of this like this. If you screw up, what do? This is realism at its finest. When I screw up, I've walked into garbage cans. I've walked into people. You'll hear me go and say something stupid, and I go, David tries to speak, take two. Because you never know what's going to happen. And you get realism that you can't get anywhere else. And I've said in the past, a lot of people like Deadliest Catch. And it's a very highly rated show. But did you know that after the catch, when all the captains come together and sit at the table, gets 3 times the ratings of the show itself? Because
what do you mean?
Have you ever seen Deadliest Catch?
No, but go.
So
go
it's about the crab fishermen up in the Bering Sea.
You give me keep going.
So they go out on crab fishing boats. They catch crabs, and people watch us. It was one of the first most dynamic reality job shows that you could possibly imagine. And then they have something I call my show, like tonight, is called After the Parks. I did it because Deadliest Catch came out with After the Catch. And it was done after the season was over. They would sit down with the boat captains and they would review the season. What happened? How did it go? What transpired when the cameras weren't rolling? How did you feel in the moment? And, one of the things that was amazing to me was, let's say that 10 million people watched an episode of Deadliest Catch. 35 million watched After the Catch. They wanted to see the humanized captain, not stressed out in the moment. What the hell happened when the wave came over the bow? What were you doing? What were you thinking? If you read the chats as we're sitting here doing this, I'm getting humanized questions. People are asking me human questions. How does this work? How does that work? When I vlogged, I never got this. I never got that back and forth. And it was what was missing for me. So live streaming to me, because I'm going to read what Mike just put up.
Yeah.
Mike just put up, Dave, I love live streamers just because you don't know what they're going to say. Take, for instance, the show that you saw last night with the sound effects being played. Exactly. Like, do you know who, is it Pete I don't want to say his last name. It's Pete McDivitt.
Right.
Have you ever heard of Pete McDivitt? He's a YouTuber you need to check out. All right. I tuned in last night for a few minutes, and it was absolutely hilarious. But, it would literally the last couple of minutes, the sound effects were going off. There was all kinds of shit going all over the screen.
See, I think the Frozen thing in DC would have been funny on this show because that's what I thought when he was like and that's exactly what it.
Well, because screens kept freezing, things were happening, and you would appreciate the
sure
show.
I'm human? I may be a robot.
Mike, I may be a robot. Mike, what day does he do that? It was. Is it every?
He does it on Fridays.
Friday night.
I know, and then another night because Everett.
You need to tune into
Everett
that though,
had
DC.
messaged me.
You look like you're passing out. You okay? You need to go?
Was that? Oh yeah, it's way past my bedtime.
Well, go get some sleep, man. I'll talk
It's
to you tomorrow.
2:30.
Yeah,
It's
we'll go.
2:30. I'm just like, I'm here for the party.
Well, go get
I'm
some
here
sleep.
to examine and take in the party.
Well, go get some rest. I know that you got stuff to do tomorrow. We're going to be going for another hour, so go get some sleep. Go relax. You and I'll talk tomorrow. I know you need.
Guess
to
what?
What?
Watch out! I just got kicked out.
Not even a little. Not even a little. I'm watching you fall asleep. So I know you're tired.
I'm very tired.
I know you are. But I also know, and this is buddy to buddy. I just know that you need your rest too. So I know you've had
Thanks,
a
man.
hell of a week.
Thank
I do.
you.
So, but everybody, DC and Michelle do. We're going to drop a link in. Go show them some love. We're going to put your link in the description down below too.
Definitely. And you and I need to talk about a little thing we're doing. It's called Miles from Moffat. It's a virtual 5K. See if we can get some folks to come in, hang out, and do it with us.
I'll tell you what. Let's do. Let's next. When is that kicking off? That's already going. But for how long?
The big event is in October, November, so we are fine.
So let's do this next Saturday. Let's start the show with that.
Exactly.
Let's
because our plan is to get with several other streamers and potentially do a rope drop to final show.
Let's do it.
And switching between streamers and all in the name of essentially raising funds for Miles from Moffat.
Yeah. And I'm going to kind of go, like I said, on Saturday, you and I will start the show with that. We'll go into it during the week this week. So we set it up the right way. And we're going to start the show with Miles from Moffat next Saturday. And then we'll go from there. Go get some rest,
awesome.
Dude. Yeah, definitely.
Hey,
let's do that.
Besides some rest, I think we had some pretty nice things to say about Loki.
It was a good time, no doubt. I can't wait for 5. It's going to be amazing. But we're going to have a good time this week. And you and I'll be chatting tomorrow. There's no doubt.
Definitely.
But everybody check out DC and Michelle Du's channel. Fantastic people. You'll absolutely love it. Go back, watch some videos of theirs, give them some watch time, share their channel. They're fantastic, fantastic people. And we will see you next Saturday, but I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Of course. As always, remember, do or do not, there is no try.
Damn right. All right, everybody. Jaquetta, have a good night as well. But we're going to say good night to our friend DC. Take care, buddy. Have a good night.
Love you guys.
Love you too, dude. See ya.
He's gonna sit and ninja watch, so it's all good.
All right. So, just so everybody knows, Miles from Moffat is his program to raise awareness for cancer. We're going to be doing a whole thing on it next Saturday. So he's a tremendous guy, and we don't share other people's businesses. I will let him tell you about it next Saturday. But he is he's battling right now. So get over, show him some support. He's a big community helping. Yeah, and Mike, thank you for that, because I'll tell DC about it tomorrow. He was literally passing out because he's exhausted. For everybody who doesn't know, They're great people. He's in the middle of battling cancer. Miles from Off It is his cancer program awareness. He's going to be raising money for it. Apparently, the main event is October. We're going to be doing a thing next Saturday to kick it off, and we're going to make a huge push. We need to raise awareness. We need to do the best that we can. We need to help those that are out there fighting the fight. And as you can see, he was struggling to stay with us tonight. He's exhausted, and that's why I was saying, you need to get him some rest. I'm not trying to be his dad. I'm his friend, and I just want to make sure that he gets his rest and he does what he needs to do. I want to make sure DC sticks around with us. And that's just all there's to it. I care about the man, so but nonetheless, that's where we are with that. And then let me catch up on a little bit of some chat for a second. Let me scroll back up. I will catch up with all of you in just a second. Give me just a second. Wednesday night, he sits down with Disney influencers and interviews them. Awesome. I'd love to be a part of that. That's fantastic.
Stable Disney YouTube community by helping people find a new YouTube community. Yeah, he was in the chat when we were.
Whoa, football season. When football season. Okay, I'm in for football. Baseball, I don't do a lot of, but football and hockey, I'm in for all day long. I'm going to go, Jaquetta. I say goodbye. Good night to Jaquetta. We will see you tomorrow, and thank you for always hanging out with us. We really, really appreciate you. He's a big staple in the Disney community. Yeah, and I had actually seen him on Dole with Dad's chat the first night.
The creator.
I had no idea because again, most people don't know this, but we're the newbies. I don't know everything, and again, I'm severely humbled by what everybody has said to us and the way that they act towards us. It's kind of crazy. And basically the long and the short of it is, I'm humbled by it. I really, the fact that people want to hear what we have to say is kind of mind blowing to me, but we're going to move forward with it because I do have a certain formula for how things work. I know that there's a lot of people who are doing things that you can get in a lot of trouble for. So I want to make sure that we're protecting people and that we help people and that we be a beacon of light in this community. So we
good night, Presidential Tourist.
Good night, Presidential Tourist. Absolutely. Talk to you soon. Every Thursday, he has a show called Inside the Huddle. I'll be in there for that on Thursday night. I can tell you that right now. I'll be here to support. Rachel's up super late tonight hanging out. So,
oh yeah, she's in Idaho, so they're 2 hours back. So.
Basically, the long and the short of it is, you guys kind of know what happened all week in Disney. There's been leaps and bounds and things that have changed very, very quickly. If you were watching the stream, you saw how packed in on Main Street we were. You're watching how things are very quickly. How quickly things are unfolding and how quickly they're happening.
Rachel, I'll get it. I've gotten so many things about box swaps and every other thing. So
yeah,
I'm just so busy with things right now.
Now, as somebody who is now 16 years with my coin, I don't do fantasy football because I am a gambler. So I do not gamble ever. And even though fantasy football is not like that, I get very competitive. It is in my nature. So I will not be participating in any fantasy sports.
And
I did it one time. I realized how bad it really can get and how bad I can get. And no, I'll watch from the side and I'll root you on. And I'll tell you whether or not you're making good picks. But I just don't participate in fantasy anymore. Let's see. Dave needs to check out Pete's story. I will definitely take a look at that because that's one of the things that I do. You done good tonight, 40 likes. I've been watching you grow.
Yeah, he's been in our live stream chat from the beginning, I'd say.
Who, Jedi?
Yeah.
Jedi's been there from you were in there from almost you were in there from one of the first live streams. 10 more likes to beat mod beatings.
So it's a freebie. It's a freebie.
Yeah. The problem I'm gonna tell you something really funny, Mike. And you'll get a good laugh out of this. Jen's cousin. Yeah, please do. I'm always interested in that. So he was good. Fantastic, Everett. Thank you. I can't wait to hear from him because I still need all the help I can get. I'm not this 100,000, 1 million subscriber person. I've got 951 subscribers. I don't have this figured out. I just know what I know. But Mike, you'll get a good laugh out of this. We were in a football pool, and it's a suicide pool where you simply have to pick the winner. One winner every week, guaranteed, yada yada. And it started out. The first year I did it, I picked 1 pick. The next year I picked 2 picks. The next year I picked 4 picks. We were up to, I think it was like 6 picks. Might have even been 8. I get obsessive when it comes to winning. It is the way that I am wired. I am wired in such a way where if I'm in it to win it. And so one of the things that I've decided to focus my energy on so that I don't focus it in a negative direction is I focus it on business. And anybody will tell you, including my wife, who is literally sitting to my left. Matter of fact, ta-da! One of the things that she will tell you is an absolute fact is when I have made up my mind.
This is like really bad. Okay.
I can take it off of you.
No, it's okay.
One of the things that she'll tell you is that when I get into something, that's it. I make up my mind. I don't back off of it. And I put my head down and I'm going to win. So when I decided that I was going to do a YouTube channel, she looked at me and she goes, "What does that mean?" And then when I explained it to her, and she was like, "Oh God, here we go again." Pretty much, yeah. That's the way I am. Let's see. Dave and other friends said they have raised.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think that's probably accurate. I think 75%. It might be 80, but 75%.
Yeah, because if I didn't know where he was going to be standing for fireworks, now obviously he was live streaming, but it was still really hard to find him. I was.
Thank you, Rachel.
Because I stopped because the sidewalk roped off, and Bella and I stopped there a second because we were adjusting her ice cream so we didn't lose it walking through the crowd, and I was still having an issue where he was, and I, luckily I found him, and funny thing happened. I walked over to a trash can, and as I was walking, this guy put his little girl up on his shoulders. And there were people that had been standing there for a long time. And this woman she freaked out. She's like, "You think you can stand in front of the adults? My kids and I have been standing here for over half an hour now." And I lost it. I'm like, "You tell them, because seriously, like the umbrellas the other night.
Nobody has any common sense." Rachel, my shirt looks just like this. I am the best dad in the galaxy. Plain and simple. This was my father. This was one of the T-shirts I got for Father's Day. So, yeah. And
thank you, Rachel.
I love it. Let's see. Besides a handful of days in the parks, barely get to 50s. That's probably accurate. I don't disagree with that. And Mike, you probably have better access to numbers than all of us. I would say to you that tonight, when I was standing in the middle of the road, and there were thousands of people.
That's what I wanted.
Did you slam the trash can? That's funny. The thousands of people who were behind me, and then the thousands of people who walked past me. And then when we walked up to the castle, then there were still thousands of people there. It was an impressive night. You haven't seen anything like this. And the truth is, and I think everybody can appreciate this. We're used to the parks being empty. So when when they bump up capacity, it looks way busier. Plus, there's not the kind of fast pass program that there was. There's not a lot of.
So these are the people that were in the boat behind us. I have your photograph.
He looks unhappy in life.
Yeah.
I
have to say
definitely get me a screenshot of that because.
Oh no, I'm saving the picture.
I know, but I want one of it so this way I can have some fun with it.
Look at your wife. It's another classic Disney photo pass.
And me, I'm totally, absolutely 100% oblivious to what happened. So for those of you who don't know, when we were riding Pirates at the end of the night tonight, and the reference that Adam's making, it kind of went like this. I don't pay attention to people. Let's imagine.
Wow.
in the back.
Wow.
That's about right.
Wow.
So we went on Pirates, and again, most of you are aware I don't pay attention to what's going on around me. Jen will tell you 95% of what I'm videoing, I don't even know the fact. Like the day someone fell on Buzz Lightyear, I didn't even know I caught it on film, but I did.
I was telling a cast member about how someone fell off the one time. He's like, "Oh, so you know to really be careful." I'm like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah,
Like,
and by the way, Jedi, I'm with you. I would prefer it, but at the same time, as long as capacity is low, prices will be high.
so wait a second. This is better. The woman in the front covered her head up.
Hold on.
She had a scarf and I
Guys,
saw her
everybody,
put it on her head.
everybody.
And I thought she did.
You got to see this. So here's our picture from tonight. Okay, like you see us. Where are we? Whoa! Hold on.
I'm plugged in.
Yeah.
Oh, you can unplug. I'm charged.
So as you can clearly see, there's the Explorer family. There's Marky Mouse behind us. Do you see the woman in the front row who is completely covered herself up? She is hiding from the fast pass or from the photo pass.
That was fantastic.
So there's our group. Okay, there's me. There's Eva Loves Disney, Marky Mouse, and then back here is Cheryl, Reggie,
Yeah.
and
Captain, seriously, right?
and then the totally pissed off people who slammed the trash can. But this is, whenever you're looking for something in a photo and you're like, oh, look at everybody. Everyone missed. Well, there's Jen. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I know where the pictures are.
This is the best thing I have seen in a long time. By the way, whoever you are, you're going to be on Instagram in a little while, and you're going to be super famous, and you're going to be a meme. I am so making you into a meme. It is not even funny.
I have a friend who made memes of me when I did my rock and roller coaster thing. And
Jen's rock and roller coaster is hilarious.
Jen, are you okay with this? I'm like, I'm totally fine with it. It's hilarious. It's all in good fun. I don't care. And I'm gonna say you gotta make a meme in this.
I'm totally making one. I'll have it made by tomorrow morning because I'm sorry, and the best part is Amy H actually hits this right on top. Who's she hiding from?
I'm curious.
Living on the run at Disney.
Peekaboo. No, theoretically, I saw your comment, and it's totally fine. That's fantastic. Peekaboo Karen.
But that's probably wanted by Disney police. Yeah, for slamming trash cans. Well, what was really funny is, and I didn't if Jen hadn't shown that to me, then what I'm about to tell you wouldn't even have mattered. I thought you're going to say maybe it was a celebrity. I took a look at her when she was getting off the boat. First of all, she was bombed. And I knew it at the time because I was going to ask her if I could help her out of the boat.
Yeah, I totally thought she needed help out of the boat.
I was going to help her. I went to reach over.
No kidding.
And she looked down and she put her hand up and and then that's when when the trash can slammed. Now, here's the best part of this. She's on my camera. There's no doubt she's in my video. So we'll find out if she's famous because she's directly in my video.
That's fantastic.
Because I'm facing the camera at her. She's getting off the boat. I was looking at her because I was helping Jen and Bella get off the boat. But just as a good laugh, though. So Jen shows me that picture, and I'm realizing in my head that this woman, she was getting off the boat. She had a hard time. She was struggling. And then the trash can behind me slammed because the people in the back row were pissed that because my screen is very bright. And admittedly, it's bright. I'm not going to say it's not. It is. There's nothing I can do about it, by the way. StreamYard does not offer a dark package. If it did, I would. I would make sure that it was a nighttime or a dark screen or whatever, but they don't offer that. Maybe they will in an update, but currently that's not there. So admittedly, on dark rides, it's bright. I'm not going to say it's not. There have been times where I've gotten in the back of the boats. I'm happy to do it. I don't really care. I'll push you back into the boat after you get the cucumber. There's a lot of times where I'm cognizant of it. Bounce some bots here.
I'll do this in a moment. And then I'll block them.
All right, if we can get him blocked.
I'm gonna guess.
that would
I'll
be
go with my
great.
account.
The bot has returned. I'm surprised they're not asking me about the Grand Floridian room 2173. So, basically, the long and the short
How
of
did
it
that
is,
come back?
I don't know. It's a different one. The other one had other initials that went with it.
Why is that?
But yeah, I mean, it was really just kind of comical. They were pissed. I didn't even know. This is what's so funny is I'm oblivious to the world. I'm in Disney. I'm doing my own thing. I really don't care what you're up to. I have always lived my life by the New York rule. I don't make a lot of eye contact with people.
Yep.
I don't care what you do. You do you. I do me. So apparently, Journey Awaits was 2 rows back. I was looking for the name, but that's funny. And basically,
No, he was actually in Marky Mouse's chat. I had to help him get out of it earlier.
Basically, Journey Awaits heard them talking trash, like getting really pissed at what we were doing. And I feel bad for Reggie and Cheryl because they shouldn't have to take crap for what I was doing.
He was streaming too.
Yeah, but he's got a dark screen. Mine is bright white. Like, I understand my screen's bright. And, basically the long and the short of it is I feel bad that someone else had to take crap for me. I don't like that. But when we got off the rides, why I'm muted, because they're like, you need to hit mute. And I'm like, why? What happened? And they were trying to tell me what was going on. I'm like, I don't care. I didn't do anything wrong. And then you guys heard what I said afterwards, which is, for the most part, I'm not a malicious person. I don't do things like that. That's just not who and what I am. I thought I'm the number one fan.
Misery.
You don't come with a block of wood and your own sledgehammer, do you?
Oh.
So, basically the long and the short is we try to be respectful. I do from time to time get people who are pissed off at the fact that I'm streaming. If any of you watched the other night when we did the Grand Floridian, when we were leaving, there were 2 absolutely polluted individuals to the point where one guy was laying in the grass. And I had Bella and Jen with me, which, if Bella wasn't with me, I really wouldn't care. Like, you want to be as polluted as you want. You can throw up in the grass. I don't care. But he was bombed.
She knew what was going on.
She knew what was up. And it's not because we're drinkers. We're not. It was just she's seen enough TV. She knows what's going on. So they walked past me. Now, keep in mind, we are outside in the Grand Floridian on one of the most heavily recorded properties, Disney properties out there. I mean, there's Disney cameras everywhere. And it was funny because, I'll have to read that in a second. Hold on, Mike. This guy's bombed. I mean, just trashed, falling over himself. And the 2 guys, they come walking past me and they say, I don't give you permission to have me on film. No, I just kept walking because I don't care.
That's not how he said it.
What?
We'll have permission.
Yeah, I give you permission to have me on.
If you're gonna do it,
to take me to
do it the
Pluto.
right way.
So, so basically, I just kind of laughed. I kept walking, and you could kind of hear them in the background, still making comments as we're walking. And look, I'm with my kid. I want to get them out of there. I don't really need to be. I don't care how you mod. You do a great job. I may. What do you have in mind, dude? So, basically, I was just trying to get them out of there and this and that. But I've had people come up to me and they're pissed at the fact that they're on camera. And it's funny because it's like, first of all, we're in Disney World. Do you understand that everyone has a camera? I just happen to be holding a gimbal, so mine is a little bit more prevalent than others. But it really always cracks me up that people who are in public, whether you're in Disney or not, and you don't think you're on camera,
oh wow, I'm not even plugged in.
You're on camera, pretty much anywhere you go, and it really is kind of comical. But the people behind me, they had a valid point. My camera's bright. It probably took away from something of the ride. They could have went on a different ride. They could have said something nice.
It wasn't crowded.
But
they could have gone in another.
They could have
boat.
went in another boat. They could have also went back around and walked back on. You don't have my permission to let me mod. So
I've been looking for hours.
basically, the long and the short
There
is,
we go.
it is what it is. We get over it. So coming up tomorrow, we start at Epcot. Jen's just throwing things
Sorry.
at me.
Oh, I have a pass.
What does that mean?
I can make reservations.
Nice.
We don't know what's going on with this storm, so.
I don't know. We can book Monday if you want.
I told you Monday's black right now.
Is that the start of anything or no?
No, but it's the last day of.
Is that thunder?
No, someone's knocking on the door.
Oh, cool. You get to
They
shoot.
came through the garage.
Yay. So tomorrow we're going to start off at Epcot because, the reservation system is a little screwy. Isn't this the night of happily ever after preview?
What happened?
What happened? Isn't this the night?
Was it the night? Well, the night that it happened, we were doing a happily ever after preview where
What
the guy was
yeah.
polluted.
Yes.
And then the next night we were over.
Yes,
Yes,
Everett.
it was.
That was the night because that was the second night when we did. It was the second night, wasn't it?
It was the one where we went with you, where Bella wasn't sure whether she wanted. Oh no, it was. Was it the second night? Yeah, it was the second night.
Yeah, it was the second
night. We
night.
did it 2 nights
Because we didn't stay up till 1:00 in the morning. Disney watching you in ride vehicles. LOL. When I used to work.
It was the cast member preview.
Yeah, and that's exactly my point, though. Is you don't think you're on camera? BS. They're paying attention. Like, there's always people who think they're sneaking things in or doing something. You're not. You're on camera.
Hollywood Studios Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, not going to Epcot. It's for fireworks.
No. But basically, you're always on camera, and that's kind of the point. But tomorrow we're gonna start off. I don't know if I'm gonna start the stream at Epcot or not. It kind of will depend upon weather, what time we get there, and everything else. But we're gonna start off in Epcot. We're going to move over to. I think we're going back to Magic Kingdom. We're going to try and shoot heavily. Although we just did it again. It's 4th of July. We want to give you guys the opportunity to tell us. Would you rather see Epcot Forever or would you rather see Happily Ever After? Let us know. Drop a comment.
I would be shocked. I'm
I'm going to be shocked if I don't get this answer right.
Where the chat's
There's
going with
22
this.
people sitting in here.
And
Drop a comment.
and it's like a majority of our mods are actually in here right now too. So
You guys tell us where you want to go.
I mean,
we
I
want to
know
show
there's
you what
other
you want to
people.
see. We're going to be in Epcot. We can either stay there and we can shoot Epcot Forever. We can hop over to Magic Kingdom
But
and
let me
shoot
tell
Happily
you,
Ever
the way
After.
they have Magic Kingdom decked out for the 4th is absolutely beautiful. So,
I happen to agree. Polluted disappointment is the nickname my mom calls me.
all right, Happily Ever
We got
After.
one for Happily Ever After.
Maybe I could get in my right password.
So
Yeah,
let's see what everybody else does, because so far Jedi's the only one who dropped in.
Better than Epcot.
Let's see, better than Epcot, I think.
No.
To the oh, well, wise guy.
And I'm sure a good amount of people in this chat get that reference.
Happily ever. Yeah, all right. So there's 2. I remember. Bang, zoom, right in the kisser.
You can't make that show today. So.
No. There are a lot of jokes I can't make anymore. To be honest with you, I got nailed in one of my first vlogs for doing a joke, and I literally had to erase it and reload the video.
Yeah,
it was so bad.
like when you could do whatever you like everything on TV. That's a whole other show.
Can anybody imagine Archie Bunker or
All
the
in
Jefferson
family.
today?
And their banter was amazing.
Can anybody imagine the Jeffersons, Different Strokes, All in the Family, the Archie Bunker
Magic
Show?
Kingdom. Well, is that where Theme Park Lifestyle is going to be?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Theme Park Lifestyle's going to be there. We got to go over there. It doesn't matter to me. Everything just goes up and boom. Hey, that's not actually accurate. They have soundtracks, So you have to tell us, if you have a soundtrack you prefer too. He's freaking killing me right now. They all are. Sanford and Son. Yeah, Sanford and Son's another one. Moving on up. Yeah, and it's like, can you imagine these days what would happen? All right, so guys, we'll make it easy. We're going to Magic Kingdom.
Like,
We'll start off in Epcot and we'll hop over. But I mean, like, seriously, like, imagine if Richard Pryor tried to do his stand-up today. Eddie Murphy
too.
doing Raw.
Forget about it.
Delirious.
Married with Children.
Never, it can't exist.
Well, let me tell you something. Like, you can, I don't, like, I watch, can you turn the camera a little so I'm just not talking to air? So, I watch the show Modern Family, and Ed O'Neill's in it. And there's certain, he's not Al Bundy. There's certain things where it's a little Al Bundy-esque, and I just crack up, and I just remember how funny he was as Al Bundy, how much I love him. He's so funny.
All I have to say is, no, ma'am. Okay, like when they came out with No Ma'am, could you imagine that organization today? No, ma'am. No, like, I mean, you Al Bundy came out with an organization. It was called.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry.
I can't even say the name of the organization because I'll get banned. Rachel's still here, so you know I can't even drop it. Let's see. Well, I can park. I'm sorry, Animal Kingdom. Yeah, no, we're going to Magic Kingdom. It's pretty much been decided by the jury of my peers.
Ever put in 2 votes too, which is even funnier. So,
if Richard Pryor tried doing something today, he would probably be friends with Hunter. Oh.
It took me a second because it's late. And yeah. Okay.
So moving past that one, because wow, that was fantastic. All I have to say is today's, you listen to all you hear is, comics saying that, they're afraid of getting censored or this or that. I mean, even Dave Chappelle, it's not that he pulls back, but could you imagine the Chappelle show today? I mean, really? How that still is not pulled? I don't get it. But yeah, I mean, Adam, no ma'am. I mean, Bundy couldn't get away with the fat shaming alone that he did in those shows. I'm impressed some of these shows, are still on the air. I mean, yes, I know that we technically sort of kind of maybe possibly still kind of maybe have a First Amendment right, but I don't know. I was raised in sticks and stones era of my life. I don't care what people think. And apparently, by the way, the people in the boat behind me, they're pissed off. I didn't even know. So
that's really funny. There's something that Adam retracted. Oh no! Oh, he
retracted his own.
He retracted that.
That's fantastic.
I screenshot.
I'm just glad I got to see it because it was hilarious. Way too many people are sensitive now. Well, but that's the point, though. Adam makes light of a lot of it. I met Dave Chappelle. I told him, and he said, "I'm on TV, bitches." So look, it's unfortunately it's the way of the world. It's also why things get rethemed. It's why things are happening. I don't agree with any of it because at the end of the day, in order for us to not repeat things or do things, you have to learn from it.
It's called nostalgia.
Well, no, it's history repeating itself if you don't learn from it.
No, I get it.
And in order for us not to do the same stupid shit over and over and over and over again, we have to do it differently. And the only way that you can do that is by teaching someone right from wrong. And that's how we do it. I have a 9-year-old. You all have met her once or twice. She knows right from wrong. She knows what we expect. There are guidelines. Now, she's also 9 years old, so she is also breaking rules from time to time because that's what 9-year-olds do. But it is my job, legalize the First Amendment. There are moments in this time where I have to explain to her that the world is stupid and here's why. And then she looks at me and she goes, even a 9-year-old or 8-year-old or 7-year-old would look at me and go, what? And it's like, and then I have to explain to her why. And she looks at me and she's like, well, that's just stupid. And I'm like, yeah, I don't believe in any of the sensitivity crap, but at the same time, I am sensitive to someone's needs and feelings. But that doesn't mean that one person should sway 10,000. You don't like something on TV. In the 80s, we had that little cool rotary dial or the little push button job. You turn the channel. You don't like what you hear on the radio? Turn it off. You don't like what you see? Don't go there. There's
Mike's, yeah, absolutely, Michael.
in the past is for exactly. We have to learn from these things. If we don't teach the next generation, what comes next? Oh, good Lord. And, one of the things, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Sebastian Maniscalco. And if you try to change the past, yeah, you can't learn from it if it's not there. Pulling all this stuff down and not acknowledging what our forefathers did, it doesn't make them right or wrong. It's history. What they did may be wrong. And I don't think many people would disagree with some of the crap they did was stupid, but it was also that era. We need to look back at it to evolve and become better. And that's what makes us better.
I mean, if you look at it, and
that's why we have opposable thumbs.
I'm not going to get uber political, but
don't.
No, it's not. Ahead. I'm just saying the country was founded by anarchists. If you really like,
they were absolutely anarchists. They were
anarchists.
3 degrees from it. That's what.
So
that's what that was. What it meant.
I learned it in history.
We can't hide it. Does Bella know we went to space operation? The Monkey Adam.
Oh my gosh!
Shit, that's fantastic. And that's the thing is we have to learn from these things. We have to be able to point out to people that's where someone did something wrong. I had a brother, I still do, but if he did something or I did something wrong, we could learn from one another not to do that. But if you can't point to that person, first of all, I'm friends with a bunch of people in the service. And why do Marines yell, or why do drill instructors yell at recruits? So that everyone can learn from that recruit's mistake. If they whispered it to them, not everybody would know. That's why they yell at them, so that everybody knows.
And on that front, everybody, happy 4th of July.
Whoop, whoop. But that's actually the point, right? Is if we tear down our history, we can't learn from it. And what would the 4th of July be? Could you imagine if they were the way we are today? Would we actually ever have done it?
And on tonight's chat, we're going to discuss
lots of things. But yeah, I mean, NASA isn't
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
See, Adam, I'm not actually how sure of how old you actually are, and you don't have to tell me because I don't care. But back in the 80s, back in the 80s, we had some issues with space shuttles and things like that. And there were a lot of NASA jokes. And NASA, up until a short time ago, was need another 7 astronauts. And it was only because I had that ingrained in my head, because I think I was in 5th grade at the time.
We were.
And, at that point, my brain always was like, NASA, need another 7 astronauts. And that just stuck, and that was that. And so my daughter asked me one day about what does NASA stand for, and I had to actually stop and think. I hope Disney learned from their mistakes, putting the current Bob in
Josh
position.
Tomorrow, definitely.
Josh needs.
Yeah.
I happen to agree with you, 1,000%. The current Bob is a mistake. The last Bob was a mistake. Personally, and again, I'm an Eisner person. I think he did amazing things.
He's old enough. He knows.
Yeah, So
I figured.
I loved what Eisner did. I know that there's 2 sides to every coin. I'm not going to say that there isn't. But Iger and Chapek, not a fan. Adam's about to go absolute ape shit in the chat with what he's about to post about Bob Chapek. But, you mean SEALs, problems with O-rings? Exactly. NASA need another 7 astronauts. Yeah, I mean, look, I could rattle off all the jokes, because the truth is we were a bunch of warped 5th graders who didn't know any better, and we had really bad jokes. And I still remember every single one of them. which is bad because that was, I don't know, 35 years ago.
And yes, and we homeschool our daughter. So
Yes,
yes,
we do.
effort. We are.
We are actually
History
teachers.
teachers.
My wife is actually, that's what her degree was in teaching.
English and history.
Yeah. I'm a math, like to say that I'm a math guru would be an understatement. But you know, be careful. Adam loves Bob. I'll be 40 on Halloween.
Yeah, so he's
Actually,
like,
on Halloween, that's really cool.
so he's 81. So yeah, like so he remember. Yeah, he's the same age as my brother. So.
Well, that's Everett.
That's what I'm saying. That's what.
Oh no,
yeah.
I was talking about Adam.
Oh, I know.
Let's see, Marty. I mean, you know, I knew one of them. I got to be honest with you, I don't know the other. NASA hired some enemies. Nobody likes to build.
Here we go, Adam.
Hey, look.
Adam wants conspiracy.
Adam wants
he
me
was
to.
He was even talking to me about this.
I know. Adam wants me to go into conspiratorial land, which I have no problem doing because I enjoy it. National. You know, it's really funny. Jen's Googling it.
Googling what?
I thought you were Googling what Jedi put up.
Yeah, that's what it stands for.
Yeah, I know, but I thought you were Googling it.
No.
Well, that's why I stopped talking and I looked at you because I thought it was hilarious.
I know so much about the space program. Why do you think that I am the way I'm about it? Like.
So, but yeah, Bella's fascinated with space. She wants to go to Kennedy Space Center so bad it's ridiculous.
And she asked me to go to space camp, and I was like, "Why don't you take a virtual video class?"
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You want to go to the conspiratorial side of space? I'm happy to go there with you because I could do that. I mean, I could almost do an entire.
What was the show we
Show on
watched
that.
on Apple?
For All Mankind.
For All Mankind.
Have you guys ever seen on Apple TV? It's called For All Mankind. It was a phenomenal series.
I mean, wow. Like, I can't wait for it to come back. Glad my face didn't freeze.
Oh,
like
she's
that.
gonna love Space 220. Yeah, see, and that's the thing is like, the problem with the world is this: is I have to, you know, it's true. It's not a conspiracy. We captured the scientists. And... Well, if you're talking about Von Braun, then yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
No, you know,
that
like
kind of goes without saying.
that's a given. And watch a series Timeless.
My theory is they never made it to the moon. All right, if we're going there, hang on one second. I will tell you this. The problem that we have is we have to teach what the book says in order for her to get her grades. The other side of it is there's certain things that I just don't buy.
We haven't really talked about them. We talked briefly about the moon landing. It was like brushed.
Okay, so everybody drop in the chat. Did we go to the moon, yes or no? And you know,
And here we go.
hey, they want to go to conspiracy land.
Look,
I'm your captain
look.
or captor. Take your pick.
There's one name I could say, and it's
The truth is out there.
X-Files, baby.
I'm curious what everybody thinks. Do you think we made it to the moon? Did we make it? Let's see.
Mike said yes.
Mike says yes. Theme Park says no.
Rachel
Rachel's
put
a smiley
smile, so
face.
it's probably
Amy says yes. Come on, everybody. Chime in. This is the time. Feedback in the chat. Jedi says yes.
Well, Snoopy went to the moon, so
Snoopy did go to the moon.
that was a good series.
Adam says yep. So the general consensus is we went to the moon. Uh-oh. There is proof on the moon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is what I love about it. So that we get to have, because I want to get the chat involved. It can't just be what we
Oh,
think
Mike.
they do.
Mike met.
I've actually got
Neil.
to meet Neil.
He met Neil Armstrong.
That's awesome. I met Neil Peart. Just saying. Met Neil Diamond. Neil Peart was cooler. Hey, look, it's 3:15 in the morning. I'm allowed to be as stupid as I want to be. China has satellites and without us in a heartbeat. But did they back then? Ooh. So, let's see. I just sent Jen a link. So here's the funny part.
Uh-oh.
I have issues with both sides. Okay. I have issues with the pro argument. I have issues with the con argument. So, there's, to me, let's see. Yeah, Neil Diamond's only going to be coming to America.
No, he's not.
But there are some issues that I have with it, and one of them has to do with, if you've ever seen or listened to the way that the astronauts talk about things, it has to do with the thickness of the metal, that they took into space, and had to do with weight and blah 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 blah. So there's a radiation belt. That's my issue with it. The rest of it, I believe, is possible. But the radiation belt's where I have an issue. Just do. On a sci-fi side of it, if anyone's ever seen, what is it, Apollo 11? Was that the movie about the dark side of the moon with where the monsters lived?
I think so.
I always ask the question of, why didn't we go back? Why haven't we been back? Why aren't we continuing to go back? Why don't we have like a city up there? Like, if we're this good at this, and I don't know. Could it be that they've already colonized the other side and they're watching us from there? Could be. I mean, one of my favorite sci-fi movies is Star Trek Insurrection, where they literally have bases and they watch people and they observe, and they don't violate the prime directive, which is you don't interfere. So I mean, that's the science fiction side, which I find hysterical and I love.
Stream Elements Bob lives on the moon, so yeah.
Beep, boop, 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 beep, boop, beep. Yeah, Stream Elements just chimed in. It's like, welcome. I'm Dave. Let's see. America has landed on the moon 5 other times. I'm not saying that we haven't been there. I'm just questioning whether or not people have been there. I mean, the only reason I say it is now, don't get me wrong. If the radiation belt is real, why don't they all have cancer? Why did they all radiate?
The moon is baby cheese. That's
See, here's the problem that I have with the moon not being made of cheese. Did they bring enough pretzels? Okay, like, if you're gonna have a good cheese, no, you got to get like good soft pretzels and dip them in, and again, anytime that something goes wrong, people want to claim conspiracy. What do I mean by that? Oh, I'm down to 1 bar.
Are you still? How's the charging?
I have no idea. I'm probably good for the moment. The biggest thing that I would say about it is, when you lose moon rocks, when you lose footage, when you don't have the original pictures, when you do stupid crap, it opens up the ability for someone to say, look, okay, I'm a science and math person. Is it mathematically possible? Sure. Is it scientifically possible? Sure. The problem that we come into, they don't bring pretzels because it's not the good call. It's not Mickey cheese. The biggest issue that I have with it,
it's not plastic.
It's not plastic cheese, is what Mike put. The biggest issue that I have with it is it literally comes into, and I want to call them the Van Patten radiation belt. It's not that, it's a I think it's the Van Pelt. And I always want to call it the Van Allen. But the radiation belt is the problem that I have. If science is correct with what they are and how much radiation is in them, let's just put it to you that way. People would have to be dressed in I mean, we don't even. I'm not sure that to this day we have the ability to block that much radiation. That's only based on what I've heard. That's based on the science. That's based on the things that I've seen, read, and done. But other than that, I mean, obviously, um, there's she's right here. Um, obviously,
I'd have some cheese.
there's see, she's back. It's magic. Mathematically, it's possible because obviously we could create the rockets. We understand gravity. We understand how things work. Telemetry. I get all that. That's not an issue for me. I also think that the other side of it is if they have figured out how to beat the radiation aspect of it, then in theory we could have been going all the time, and maybe we have colonized, and maybe that's why when they're talking about a Mars shot, they know what they're doing already. I don't know. It's possible. I also believe that there is the possibility that we were in a space race. And if you watch For All Mankind, it's kind of cool because once you open up the door, like we did with Loki, to the way the real world works, when you're racing someone to a finality, sometimes it's to demoralize your enemy. And that's what military does. Right, and they keep changing everything that we have learned back. So what's the real deal? Well, but I mean, imagine for a moment this. Imagine there's two people in a race. You're physically equal. Well, where do you get the advantage? Professional athletes tell you all the time it's a mental advantage. So you psychologically want to break the other person down so that you can win. Well, what would you do? You would do things that would show that you got there first. Even if you didn't, you would do that. And the show For All Mankind does it in reverse, where Russia actually goes first. And it's an interesting show. It's cool. It's really kind of a neat thought process. But I mean, at the end of the day, is it possible? Well, Stanley Kubrick was shooting Space Odyssey at the time. Is it possible? Sure. That's the reason why I say we never figure out the math to get there. And if you ever watched Hidden Figures, time. Well, I mean, it was a race, and that's the point. Is I think it's amazing that we said we would go by a certain date, and we went.
Yeah, I always wanted to watch that movie Hidden Figures, actually.
There's a lot of American pride also back then, which, all day long. You know what? I'm not going to start that one either. But Solo shot second.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the grassy knoll. So.
No, we're not going there.
Okay.
Yet. But the simple truth is when you're in a race with somebody, you're there to beat them. And could it very well have been that we shot a rocket off on live television and we did all those things and and they were up in lower Earth's atmosphere and they were orbiting while this was all going on? Sure. Shit, they could have come down on the other side of the world. We wouldn't even know. We don't have the kind of technology that they had back then. We're way more advanced. As Adam said, China has 8,000 satellites per square inch, and they would know. Back then, that wasn't exactly the case. We were in a space race with Russia, and it's not that China wasn't doing their thing, but they weren't like they are today. Anything's possible, But again, you're talking about radiation. That's where my biggest holdup is. The rest of it, it's math. If you take certain equations in and you understand physics or quantum physics, then yes, it's not hard to figure it out. My other side to it is I think more people, if we were going to the moon regularly, would die. That's just my opinion. You would have a lot of people who would be taking a lot of risk, and there'd be a lot of death. They got it right the first time, and every time since then, okay, it's possible. Is it just on my end, or did the journey wait to keep the stream live and it's just circling? Oh no.
I'll take a look.
That's hilarious. I hope not.
Because I'm not contacting them now.
No, it's 3:00 in the morning. They would shoot us.
1 second, I have to.
That's really funny. But, that's where we are in the world. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we've gone off on conspiracies. What it really is about, all of us learning from things, what Disney's doing. And,
Gotta take out a bot for them. And it looks like
they're still up.
it's still going.
Let me see. Nice. Good catch, Rach. I don't want to be on the crew space.
Well, she's detail oriented, so it's a good.
My phone finally sent. See, I don't know how I feel about any of it, to be perfectly honest with you. It's legit. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about most of the things. We'll let them know in the morning. They're sleeping right now, so they had a rough night last night. So I mean, we'll definitely reach out to them in the morning. We've got their cell number. So plus, I'm sure when Reggie gets up tomorrow morning, he will see it. I would almost guarantee it. But we'll send him something first thing in the morning. Jen gets up about the same time they do. Maybe not tomorrow, because
And Megan sent him an IG.
no, just leave them alone. Because if it goes off on their phone, I don't want to wake them up.
This is true.
They had a rough night last night, so. But we'll definitely get in contact with them.
Yeah, well.
And good catch, by the way.
Did it finally send at him? Because
Yeah, he said it finally went through.
I got it.
But look, at the end of the day, what it comes down to is apparently Abraham Lincoln invented the internet.
I know all about this. I don't know.
Seagulls are made from octopus, and deer is deer, whether it's plural, singular. So I don't. It was a joke. It was just that nothing. We don't know. Like I've jokingly sat there and said that we live in the Matrix. We have no idea what is actually being presented to us, whether or not it's real or not. You can believe what you see. You don't have to believe what you see. The only thing I can tell you in this world is I like being where we are because I am free, and on 4th of July, this is probably very fitting. I am free to decide what it is that I believe and what I like. And so are you. And that's the cool part about this. We can all do whatever we want. We can have a good laugh about it. Or you can just believe Bill Murray. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. What do you call a deer with no eyes? No idea. No idea.
Bella would love that joke.
Bella will absolutely love
She
that
would love
joke.
that joke.
She's
like a pun kid.
Yeah,
It's
she
like,
is.
She's
So that is singular and plural too. There you go. See?
yeah, it's the Order of the Jedi, not the Order of the Jedis. So
I don't believe what I see, but I'm usually drunk. Also fitting. So, and that's the thing though, is some people will legitimately not believe anything that they see. There are certain people that only believe everything that they see. In this day and age, you're entitled to do what you want. And I really wish we would go back to that. I don't care about offending people. I mean, I do and I don't. I mean, at the end of the day, I believe what I believe. And the good part about it is you're free to believe what you want. There's a comedian out there. His name is Sebastian Moltescanto. He's usually on Netflix and a couple other channels. But if you ever want an opinion of somebody who calls it the way that it is, that's who I watch. I thought on Spaceship Earth, I explained who started the World War. That's funny. Well, it was Al Gore. But, the thing about it is common sense is no longer valued. We don't believe in just common sense thinking. It's how we took leaps forward. And we don't do that anymore. We don't even reward it. It's not taught. It's not promoted ideology is on every side of you. And I don't believe in that. I believe that you don't like something, don't watch it. There's a lot of things in this world I don't like. I don't bother. There's a lot of things in this world I do like. So I picked my family up and I moved to Disney World. Why? I like it. I go every day. Does that mean
My
it's
daughter
for,
opted to go see them instead of going to Legoland, which
we could have been at Legoland today. We didn't go. My daughter said no.
I'm glad we didn't. It was kind of horrible. So.
Al Gore did invent the internet. You know,
To
and
each his own.
you know, the bottom line is that I don't have to have my house painted white or yellow or blue.
Books probably fell.
Holy crap! It's 3:30. Good night, folks. Yeah, we've been doing this for a while. We're probably going to wrap up in a few. I like it. I love it. Want some more of it? Dave, want to talk about Catcher in Rye? No.
Oh, John Hinckley. I'm kidding.
Hey, Adam, have you ever seen the TV show Timeless? I think you would love it. You would love Timeless. It's on Hulu. So, you know, but you have to have your own opinions in this world, and I don't think we promote free thinking anymore, and it's really a shame. Dead Poets was probably the last of its kind. Mark David Chapman, that's fantastic. I'll be right here for the rest of the night. That's fantastic too. So, you know, but free thinking is not something that's rewarded. We don't sit there and tell people, you know, come up with the right answer. We come up with it for them and then tell them what the answer is. That's not learning. Okay, learning is when you sit here and one of the best lines comes out of Dead Poets Society is when they're all stomping in unison. And Robert Williams looks at him and he's like, Dylan, he's like, you know, you're not marching. And he goes, I'm exercising my right not to march. And he said, if for nothing else, thank you for illustrating the point. That is the point. We have to be okay with someone going against the norm. I don't agree with everything in this world, but it's my opinion and only my opinion. You get 20 of us together, guess what? If we all share the same opinion, it's 20 people's opinion. That's it. No more, no less. There's no secret on the stream. I don't do heights. There is legitimately nothing any of you could do to get me to go up there. I'm not doing it. So we're not going to discuss how Catcher in the Rye was used
Read the book several times, and that's
the only way we talk about that is HARP and JFK is on the table, you know, and then I watched that little number 14 go to 4. It'll be just 4 of us in here.
the JFK thing. I don't know. You know, I have a lot of.
Mike Wheeler, is there a hot seat for tomorrow for Pete? You know, so you know, I just think that we all have to believe what we believe. We all are entitled to things, but I think it should be an educated decision. And I think that's where that we're going wrong. As I said to you, it's not that I'm not open to your opinion. It's not that I'm not open and we can't have civil discord, which, by the way, is also like, I mean, you can't even say those words anymore. We should be able to sit down and have a conversation. You should be able to put out your side. I should be able to put out my side, and we should be able to either agree, disagree, or walk away amicably. Period. There isn't that anymore.
Do you remember that expression? Let's agree to disagree.
No.
Really?
Yes. So, you know, basically the biggest issue that I have with it is
Adam's on board for HARP.
We legitimately cannot, like, this stream could never go politics because people just explode over it. And the same is true with anything that you hold as a core value. If you hold something as a core value and someone goes against it, people lose their mind. They're just not open to discussion. And it's like, look, you want to, you know, you bring up religion, politics, personal preferences. People go nuts. Not me. I don't care. Do what you do. Just do me a favor. Leave me out of it. Like, I don't care. Like, I like legit just don't care. I need a safe. I have a safety pin for you.
I have a paperclip.
Like 6 more likes for mob beatings. Woo! I'm just at a different place, I guess, in my world, in my life, whatever you want to call it, where to me, I don't care. Do what you do. Let me do what I do. Let's all just agree that the world is a screwed up place. Let's just have fun. We don't need to drag our kids through it. Everyone always, like I have family that sits there, cannot believe that my daughter does not have a phone. What else she need a phone for? I'm always with her. Yeah, she's homeschooled. We go to Disney. We're vloggers. We're having fun. There'll be a time and a place for her to grow up. And she'll be prepared for it because I prepare her for it. She'll have values. She'll have principles. She'll know what's what. But at the end of the day, they'll be our values and our principles. That's the way it's supposed to be. I'm not going to let somebody else raise my kid. And she will be tolerant to everyone who is tolerant to her. Because if you can't treat me with respect, why would I treat you with respect? I'll still respect you, but I'll walk away. I'm not going to get into it with anybody. It's not worth it to me. And that's probably as far with it that I'll go, because I feel like I'm usually in the, I hate to even use the word minority when I say that, but, 4th of July baseball. I'm probably in the minority when it comes to the free thinking and just saying, look, we can all believe whatever we want. There's nothing wrong with it. You just can't force your opinion on someone else. It just doesn't work like that. I mean, you can try. Oppression's never worked in any society whatsoever. And it won't work here. It won't work in any scenario because it just doesn't work. So, but now to just watch this, I'm gonna blow up Adam. He's gonna have a blast with this. Mickey said
He's talking to
no, it's all good. So Adam, harp. You ready for this? Hurricane Dorian 2 years ago. Influenced by harp? Yes or no?
Dun, dun, dun.
That's the question I have for everybody,
Dun,
because
dun, dun.
if anybody who lives in Florida, and I know you live in Florida, we follow the weather. We follow hurricanes.
Because I have this insurance.
That's fantastic. Is Bella sleeping? Oh, without a doubt, Bella's sleeping.
She's here out making movies with her American Girl dolls.
That's fantastic. She doesn't even know what a Cardi B is. As a matter of fact, she would say, "Do you mean cardigan?" Will you grab another liquid?
Yeah.
All right, Adam, come on.
Oh my gosh, Adam, you're killing me because
No.
I know what he's talking about.
I do
He's
too.
being
All right, so Adam says, "Yep." So I think my question was, did harp influence Dorian? So you say, "Yeah." So in all the years that you've been on this earth, whether it's 12, 20, 12, or 2000, have you ever seen a hurricane do what Dorian did? I never have. I have lived on the coast for almost 30 years. It's 30 years this year. Foolish mortal. How are you? Dang, go hard on the stream. 3:30 in the morning. I was still up. I was browsing YouTube. Hello. Yeah, we're crazy. We've been on since 7:00 tonight. We came home, took a break. I always do a Saturday night show from 11 until we're done, usually between 3 and 4:00 in the morning. So welcome in. So a random dude playing a harp on the. That's fantastic. They stalled it out and controlled it. So, I happen to agree with you. Now, for those of you who don't know what HARP is, HARP is a weather program designed to steer storms.
You
And
watched the movie Geostorm?
yeah, watch the movie Geostorm. It pretty much fits. It's the infancy of what we're talking about. But, basically, I think Katrina was a mistake. I think that there were things that they were playing with where they didn't get it right. Dorian, I guess.
Katrina was a disaster.
Yeah, Foolish Mortal, come hang out with us. We at this hour we talk about all kinds of crap. So you walked into conspiracy theory that started about 45 minutes ago.
And
So,
and
welcome.
just history of how this happened. Dave was fixing. We had a huge issue with streaming, and he was like doing adjustments, and he went live. And I think Jedi was like one of the first people in the chat. Like people were coming in the chat, and if you watch the beginning of the stream, he's like up close.
The first 15
adjusting.
minutes of it
It's
is me
hilarious.
being quiet, and it started about a month and a half ago.
And I was asleep, and I wake up. I'm like, "Are you really online talking?" I'm like, "Who are you talking to?" He's like, "We have a chat going right now." I'm like, "Okay." So, yeah.
Dan's like, do we just? Yeah, that's fantastic. So, last bad hurricane. See, I'm going to tell you something funny about Andrew. That was the first year that I lived in. I lived in Hilton Head, and
Yes, it was. Yeah, no doubt.
when it came, my grandparents lived in Miami Beach, and I had cousins that lived in Homestead. And it was funny because they were like, the 72-hour report was for it to hit Savannah, Georgia dead on, and I lived in Hilton Head, which literally is about 20 miles from Savannah, Georgia. Now, being from New Jersey, I had no idea what any of it meant. And my father and I were like, well, we'll just evacuate. We'll go to South Florida. And, we'll go stay, with the grandparents, or we'll go do this, we'll go do that. And as all of you know, it started to hook, and we were in the car. We were getting ready to leave. We were packed up, and it was like, holy crap, look where it's going. So luckily we didn't go there. However, we wound up coming down for the cleanup and the aftermath because obviously we had family there. But that was my first experience. It also made me extraordinarily fascinated with weather, and it made me very fascinated with hurricanes specifically. And quite frankly, I have been watching these things for years. I don't have cable or satellite, and difficult keeping up with Hurricane Claudette as she shifted. Claudette? Hold on a second. Where are you located? Because I thought Claudette was gone. Because we're up to Elsa. Elsa's a hurricane down in... right now it's in the Caribbean. It's down by Haiti. Let's see. Theme park. Stay down the street. 6 Flags Labs, Fort Lauderdale. Wow. Let's see. I'm not call my mom. I hope kids see it. Oh wait, you're in South Carolina. What part of South Carolina? I grew up in Hilton Head. No worries. She's down there. It's going to come right through. What part of are you on the coast out in South Carolina? Because if you're on the coast, you're going to deal with it. I think it's going to come right through. You're in upstate. My mom actually lives upstate, so I think you're going to be fine.
But if you remember last year, they got more.
You guys got more hurricanes than we did.
Like,
You got all the remnants and
all
everything.
the rain.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
But yeah, I grew up at the coast on Hilton Head, and my brother's in Charleston. I mean, hurricanes are just, they're just a part of living at the coast. I mean, I think it's going to come right up. It's going to come right through somewhere between Punta Gorda and St. Pete. I think it's going to come right through just west of us in Orlando. And I think it's going to come out Jacksonville, go right through and do its thing. But it's going to be a tropical storm, and it's going to be a joke. So it's just going to be a lot of wind, a lot of rain. It's not going to be a big deal. But I have been watching these things for 3 decades. And I have never, in all of the years I've watched these things, watched what Dorian did. I've never seen it happen. I've talked to 100 people who are weather enthusiasts like me. upper left part, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. I'm around Spartanburg. Yeah, I kind of figured you were in the Spartanburg area. Not exactly. I hear Jen knocking on my door. I figured you were over there. I know Spartanburg very, very well. Spartanburg, Greenville. I had a bunch of friends that lived up there on the I-85 and that general area. So I know it well. My mom actually lives right outside of Rock Hill, so I know it well. But I've never in all the years, and Adam, you're obviously a harp conspiratorial whack job like me. I've never seen a Category 5 hurricane stop dead in its track for 42 hours, spinning at Cat 5 speeds of over 200 miles an hour. I've never seen anything like that. And then for it to come to the coastline, hang a 90-degree right, barely touch the coast, do minimal amount of damage, and do what it did, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, basically, the meme that I made at the time when it happened was Harry Potter casting a Patronus charm to keep it away from the coast. Because it's the only thing that made any sense to me was it was deflecting the Dementor away so that it wouldn't come. And amazingly, it stayed over the Bahamas and absolutely destroyed it. So, by the way, I love your TikToks and love Bella Figmaneers. I guess it's you.
I only have a few, so.
But,
too busy for
TikTok's so hard to get into. Like, I like making videos like that, but
I'd rather just make a story on Instagram and call it a day.
But I mean, the bottom line is when you're dealing with science and Mother Nature, anything's possible. I mean, you can make anything. And the best part about it is we believe what we hear and what we see. So you see a movie and you're like, oh, they could do that, like the movie Core. If you ever saw it, you'd understand the reference and laugh and go, really?
Long movie, but good premise.
Hurricane. Yeah, we're all laughing about it because it's like of all the hurricanes to come, it's going to come here. It's going to come hang out. I'm trying to convince Lewis. I'm going to talk to him probably about it tomorrow. Lewis, we've already got Marky Mouse involved. He's going to go drive around. I have a feeling the parks are going to be open. Parks are open. I'm going in, and I'm going to live stream it. Not a good platform. Never heard of Court. There's a reason for it. It's a bad movie.
It's it's like C and D actors. You're not even going to B actors.
There are
actually
some that
Harvey
became-
Dent, the
I was
guy who
gonna
plays
say.
Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight, is in it. I forgot his
And then the
name.
rest of them are all like B and C actors. And I mean, for the most part, it's not a bad movie. It's just a bad movie. And
and Hilary Swank.
it's not. Is it worth a watch? It's worth a watch if you got nothing else to do. And the premise is good. I think it came out at the same time as another movie, and there's always two of them.
Let's see.
There's a good one, and then there's an
Well,
it's
just
not
like
so
Mission
good.
to Mars and Red Planet came
Exactly
out at the
right.
same time.
And Armageddon and something else. Contact.
Impact.
Impact. Deep Impact.
Deep Impact.
So when you watch them, I mean, like I said, it's worth a watch. I mean, it's not that bad. Matter of fact, I watched it a couple of weeks ago because there wasn't anything on, and I just wanted to put something on.
But you have to watch it if you don't have any kind of like commercials or ads in it. Like you need to. Yeah.
Because if not, it gets even longer and more boring.
We were staying somewhere once and there was nothing on. I'm like, really?
The guy from Thank You for Smoking. So, there's let's see, turn me off.
Yes.
No, you're good. I totally understand.
The next Karate Kid, you mean? Yeah, we're okay.
He's pretty good. Hilary Swank is trash. So, basically, is it worth a watch? It's worth a watch. I mean, it's not bad. If you got nothing else to do and there's nothing on, watch it. That's basically what it is. But when you're dealing with things,
Aaron Eckhart. That's
Aaron Eckhart. When you're dealing with things that are science fiction or science fact or whatever, those are the fun things because who the hell knows? You know, you don't know what the military's working on. You have no idea what's going on and what can happen. More boring. What an endorsement. Yeah, I mean, the truth is, I feel that way about a lot of movies, though. You know, would I watch it? Yeah, I've probably watched it like 50 times. There's a bunch of movies that I watch all the time that they're not good movies. They're just they fill in some time.
oh my no, I'm on Google right now, and one of the questions people ask is Core the worst movie ever made? In a poll of hundreds of scientists about bad science fiction movies, Core was voted the worst.
No, you want to know what the worst movie is? It was just put in the chat. The Next Karate Kid. That was the
No,
worst
but I'm
movie.
talking sci-fi.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Well, that's fine.
worst sci-fi.
Oh, that was one of the worst movies ever made. Is that? And yes, Pat Morita is phenomenal. We miss you, Pat. Wish you were still here. Maybe you could do something with Cobra Kai to make it a little bit better. But anywho, but when you're talking about movies like that, it's I don't know. We believe what we see. We believe what we don't see. That's totally up to us. I mean, it really is kind of crazy, and you see what can be made on CG and what you can do with stuff. I don't know. I mean, anything's really possible. Nick Naylor is literally my. um, but the world is what you want to perceive it as, and kind of what you walked into, Tyler, is we were talking about common sense and believe what you want to believe, don't believe it. It started off with the world is too sensitive, um, and it has grown into HARP and the moon race and everything else because Adam has a mod prod and he's making conversations go wherever the hell he wants. So, but I won't go to the Catcher in the Rye. What's up?
No.
Oh.
I have to refresh him.
But yeah, we okay. I have no common sense. Carry on. It depends on the person, and it's funny because what we were talking about before is it's not acceptable anymore, and it's not taught. And I mean, what happens next in the world is going to be really interesting. I didn't say Patrick Bateman.
Oh my gosh, what are you talking?
Yeah, Dave, I was told that you look. Hell no. I look like the rock monster from
Thing. It's called Thing.
Thing from I couldn't remember his name.
Fantastic Four.
It's 4:00 in the morning. I'm tired.
I had a Bella was like, "Who's the rock guy?"
Yeah, I look like Thing from Fantastic Four. Happy to
No.
know I'm making you all laugh tonight. Mission accomplished. Hey, it's better than Mission Impossible, especially some of the things that Tom Cruise made. John Hinckley thinks we should talk about Catcher in the Rye over and over and over and over and over and over again.
And so does Jodie Foster. So
I'm not gonna make that Jodie Foster reference. But yeah, too many things like that are out there.
And Adam, like the movie reference names you throw out are just like ridiculous.
It actually says a lot. Which is why you're a mod.
Yeah.
But you should really watch the show Timeless. You would really, really, really appreciate what the show does and why it does what it does. It's really kind of entertaining. At 4 p.m. 4 a.m. I become an evil mod.
Gotta go evil.
Evil.
Sharks with freaking lasers on their head. Sorry.
I love Mission Impossible, but that's me. Love Fantastic Four too. All right. So first of all, N64 GoldenEye is the greatest game ever made. So like, yeah, love it. I'm not saying I didn't like the Mission Impossible movies. I did. There were some of them that went a little. I just was
I
like,
love
eh.
the original one. What Emilio
Yeah, the first Mission Impossible is
gets
phenomenal.
in the elevator. It's just fantastic.
I'm sitting here next to me, so Rabbit Frank.
So this is like I love Tom Cruise's movies, but I'm not a Tom Cruise fan. It's like really, it's really funny.
How about them apples? You know, and that's the thing is like with the Mission Impossible movies, I dig them. Some of them, other ones, you know, I don't know. So a lot of the movies have gone to like these team things, like Fast and Furious started
Well,
off.
I like when Simon Pegg and him you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, what's it say? But you know, it's like the Fast and Furious started off as, you know, one person, protagonist, you went back and forth with it. And then everything, all the movies have turned into teams. Even Deadpool. It was one dude by himself, then it became a team. And it was like, come on. You guys are awesome. I love to meet you guys. Come on, when you come down in October. Let's see. Oh yeah, GoldenEye is hand down the greatest hunters for a agree. Next, Legend of Zelda. You got come on. Legend of Zelda, gold game. No, fantastic. I played that game 86 million times. My brother still has my N64 with 2 copies of GoldenEye and the Golden Gun. So
That's right. He was telling us.
Yep, he has. He still has all my
That's
old
so
gaming
funny.
systems. Had I have known back then that I shouldn't have given them to him because he's sitting on all my money, what those damn things are worth now. I seriously doubt your commitment to Sparkle Motion.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm a huge N64. I used to be a huge gamer. Link was better. LOL, not. See, the Legend of Zelda was fantastic in the original. The was it Super NES? Such a good game. What's up, Rachel? Darko, nothing. Donnie Darko. Donnie Darko. What about him? I ain't got nothing to say about Donnie Darko. But you know, they're back in the day. The old games kicked ass. I mean, they were way better. And it's not that I'm saying I don't like Xbox One. I mean, the gaming system I currently have. My birthday is October 11th. I mean, Disney, October 9th,
Nice.
2013. Let us know. Well, I'm sure that you like, you know, you're going to meet up with a couple of different channels. I would assume. So definitely put us on the list because we meet up with you in the parks all day. I'm dedicated. That's fantastic. I still like Pitfall. Let me tell you
My
something.
favorite game is Mr. Do. That was like, which is
Cubert?
similar to Dig Dug, which I
Cubert
like
was
Mr. Do better.
fantastic. Dig Dug, awesome. Pitfall is one of my favorite games of all time. I was telling my daughter the other day about Spy Hunter. Like I'm sorry, but I'm a 2D graphic kind of guy. Like I love it. As a matter of fact, for her birthday, we bought her the preloaded Sega Genesis. So like she plays old Sonic, and you know, I mean, it's yeah, Cubert's awesome. It's a fantastic movie. What? Let's see. Hashtag. It's so much. Yeah, and I mean, like Cubert, one of my favorite games. I still love playing Donkey Kong Jr. Like, great game. Um, you know, but Spy Hunter was one of my favorite games. But I mean, like, I introduced her to old gaming systems. Now she plays on my 360, which I have Connect still.
Okay, so love bugs are 2 bugs that fly together, and it's like you're kissing.
Hey,
And
hang on a second. You're serious, right?
Yeah, because they don't have them. Like Florida's like one of the little like they don't have them.
Okay.
It's only in the South really. Like they don't have them in New Jersey. Do you remember
I
love
don't know
bugs in New
what's
Jersey?
before-
They're 2 bugs that fly together, and they're the most annoying things in the world. What? It's before Julie. Oh wow! Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna send you a video that a group of people put together. Oh, definitely do. Remember pole position? Pole position was one of my favorite games in the whole world. BMX motocross.
Oh, right. Wheeler, I
Dragon
just got that
Slayer.
message. That is hilarious. Like,
Dragon Slayer.
oh my gosh. Yeah, I didn't want to say that out loud because that's what I was trying to.
I mean, you remember Dirk Daring from Dragon Lair? I mean, that was incredible.
You
Yes, I'm
have to.
serious.
You should Google it and watch a video because I'm sure there's a video on YouTube of them.
They're two bugs that fly together at the same time, and they're joined together. They're super annoying. They don't do anything. They just make really big pains in the ass.
When we blindfold Bella and bring her on the ride.
No, she's gonna have to go on it soon.
Pirates. There's parts of Pirates that I think are scarier than Haunted Mansion.
We may do it tomorrow. Depending upon the wait time. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting day.
It was down for a chunk of time when we were there.
Yeah,
so.
I mean the weather's been so crappy and rides keep going down due to different issues. But park's also at like a way higher capacity right now.
And I don't know if y'all were watching tonight when we were on Pirates when that boat went down the drop. I thought it was off the track, and I was like, "Yeah, we're in the middle of the water."
I thought we had a problem. I still think we weren't right when we came down. I've never hit that hard. I've done that drop 1,000, 10,000 times probably. We hit hard, and then the boat was literally like this going through the water. We were definitely like I reached over at one point and touched the water. I mean, and I'm not talking about like reached over the side of the boat. The water was next to the edge of the boat. So let's see. We need to find out. See, bomb just seeing. Oops, hold on. Too many comments all came at the same time. But my little bro had physical fight. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Let's see. Best way to get the goo. Best way to get their goo off your. Yes.
Yeah.
Can smell that pirate's water. Oh yeah.
No, we were okay. It was there. See, you weren't here for the picture of the woman in the front of the boat, and there's people behind the boat that didn't like the fact we were streaming on the boat. So, and they were complaining too. We were at the Journey Awaits and Eva Loves Disney and Marky Mouse, and they were like complaining the whole time. And
they were upset because I was live streaming and I have a brighter setup than most because I stream through StreamYard and not through Stream Elements, so my screen is darker.
Let's show this because Foolish Mortal is in it. I don't know where I have to go with
so
this.
Foolish Mortal, you'll appreciate this.
Wow.
Oh wow. Bella's up at 4:00 in the morning. That's great. So this woman is literally covered up. So, I mean, can you imagine that? That's ridiculous. Let's see. No maintenance due to Bob Chapek. That's hysterical. No, I don't want to move to Florida because love bugs don't do anything. They're just annoying. I'm sorry. I've watched it 2 other times. Oh. I am Dave. This is Jen. My daughter's Bella. We call ourselves the Explorer family. Let's see. That's Lady Gaga. I know. Why is she covered? We don't know. I'm going to go back in the video tomorrow and take a look at it because she covered herself up during the picture. Now, the best part about it is it's right before the drop, which I'm sure you know. And when we hit the bottom of the drop, we hit hard. And the boat listed it was leaning to the left. It was leaning like that. And you hear me the whole video talking about it because I thought the boat was just going to go vlork and that was going to be the end of it. I am Dave and Jen and Bella. So she just started hiding from you. Dave, Jen, and Bella. That's us. So, but when we went to get off the boat, she was super weird. No, you're fine. I just don't call me late for dinner. We're fine. But she was super weird when we got off the boat. She was, and I'm going to go back in the stream and see because maybe she is a celebrity that was brought up before, and maybe she was. when I kind of look back at it, she almost looks like Joan Rivers, but I know that can't be. So you have, oh yeah, the whole thing was in the stream tonight. We started streaming at, according to Mike Wheeler, we started at 7:08. So, and it was literally at the end of the night. It was the last thing that we did. So it was towards the end of the stream. I'm going to go back and look at it tomorrow. But we went on Pirates well after the fireworks, and it's on there. It's just a matter of what I can find. Call Dave Foodie. Let's see. I'm sure you can call him anything you want, but late for dinner. That's exactly right. What's wrong with Joan Rivers? Unless she came back from the dead, it's possible. Hold on one second. Belly's okay. Right. This is only my second time talking to Dave and Jen. What are you trying to get me into? No. This one was definitely older. I would say, if I had to guess, 60s would be my guess. I would say 60s.
That was hilarious.
Does she have information on the? Oh, never mind. Yeah. I'm sure you heard that interview too. So I know what you're referencing. That was for you. That was fantastic. So, she was just really weird. I mean, the whole experience was weird. Between the crazy boat lady in the front and the crazy boat people in the back who were complaining to all of us about the fact we were all live streaming. I mean, things happen.
And everybody else wants to jump in front of the camera and get their 5 seconds on YouTube.
Body bag, did she? Did she? That's so hot. Let's see. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Tyler, I used to have it's still up on the YouTube channel. It was called Big Guy's Food Review. So I used to do all kinds of food reviews. We're going to start doing more of them. I am a foodie. I used to do my own food reviews, and it started one day as kind of a joke, and it kind of went from there. Everybody wanted to see us eat. I wouldn't eat on camera. Dave is like, I know, and I don't respond to this on camera. And you're going to make me die laughing. I legit, when we first started, I wouldn't eat on camera at all. I wouldn't record it. I wouldn't do anything. And we started getting like hate mail. And everyone's like, we want to see you eat. And I'm like, you want to see shit falling out of my mouth and dripping down my chin? And I was like, that's gross. But we had so many people reach out to us that finally we started doing it. And, now it's part of it. But Paris Hilton, let's see. I hate eating in front of people too. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. But people got all weird about it. So I didn't really, it was kind of like, give the people what they want. I mean, you really want to watch a big guy eat food, knock yourself out. Standing over here, that's fantastic. Let's see. One pet peeve of mine, eating with him. Oh, totally. Did you hear what Jen said about Michelle in the interview before she died? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Makes me want to. I can appreciate that. So, I don't know what the hell I was saying. Let me go back and look. Oh, so then I came out with Big Guy's Food Review by accident. We were at Hollywood Studios, and we went in and got something from Trolley Car, and we got the red velvet loaf. And like, seriously, I don't remember. I think Bella got 2 cake pops that day because they really screwed up the order bad. or badly. And so Jen and I tried this red velvet loaf, and you see the look on her face and the look on my face. It was atrocious. First of all, I don't like anything with the word loaf in it, so I'm not a fan.
It's supposed to be cream cheese icing, and
It was
I
disgusting.
really don't know what was on there, and it wasn't like, I guess because I've had a homemade red velvet cake.
It was so bad. I mean, it was just so bad. And so Jen looked like she was going to puke. I started joking around about it, and Big Ass Food Review was born.
Tyler,
that day.
I'm tired. I'm dead. This is like, I'm just kind of up because I'm actually hungry.
When I
but
come
that's
up
not
there,
happening
we're
now.
getting steak and potatoes. Jen is really giggly tonight. Yeah, we're actually exhausted at this
I'm
point.
punchy.
So but
I'm waiting for some of our UK friends to come in
and
because
be like,
it's
yeah,
that
because
time.
they're gonna be like, "What the hell are you doing?" Because it's 9 o'clock in the morning their time.
A
They're
little
like-
sleep deprived. Yeah.
They're gonna be like, "Why are you awake?" Simon will show up and go, "Did I drink straight through the night again?" But that being said, it's like, did you see what I said about Mike?
Oh, that he really wished. She wished Mike could see the tropical storm because he loved this. Meaning Wheeler, that he could see the
Oh,
tropical, the expression on
I'm
her
gonna call it
faces.
a night.
Actually, I think the picture of Bella.
Mike, you're actually not alone in this world. We have a little girl who's going to be up in several hours wanting to know why her mom and dad are in bed asleep.
Well, I just told her it was 4 a.m. She was like, I have a grocery order coming like between 11 and 1. They're actually delivering groceries on 4th of July.
Well, I will say this to you guys. It's been entertaining. It's always a lot of fun. I love doing these late night streams. Let's see. Who's just going to pop in for a minute? Well, dude, we're addictive, man. People come in, we'll talk to you, we'll go back and forth, and we have a lot of fun doing this. So, anytime that, you see us on, we're on 6 nights a week, 7 nights a week. Stop by, say hey, come hang out. We pretty much do this all the time. But we are actually going to call it a night just because it is 4:10 in the morning and I started at 7 o'clock. I've been on for 9 hours. I'm a little tired at this point, and I'm actually losing track of where I'm at because I am that tired. So, but tomorrow we'll be in Epcot to start off, and then we will be at Magic Kingdom for Happily Ever After again. We'll ride some rides afterwards. Yeah, we'll definitely let us know when you're coming down. We'll meet up most definitely. Let me know what you guys need from me for the giveaway.
Oh, for the shirt? Because he won a shirt.
Yeah, we
Just your shirt size?
just shirt size.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find my.
And I know you're nearby, but I guess I'll mail it to you or whatever. Or
whatever you want.
we'll figure it out. But
yeah, that's for another day.
That's another, but just your shirt size is what I need right
We
now.
will do it. And other than that, like I said, we'll see you guys tomorrow. It's gonna be towards later in the
Yeah,
afternoon.
we're gonna be tomorrow afternoon. We'll have a time tomorrow. It's gonna be a late post.
It'll be towards the evening hours, just because we're gonna go more towards probably like between 5 and 7. We'll be on tomorrow night. We're gonna try and meet up with Mike most definitely, but between 5 and 7 tomorrow we'll be on, and we're gonna do Epcot unless Jen can work magic and we can get over to Magic Kingdom instead. We will definitely see everybody tomorrow. We're going to be on for 4th of July fireworks, celebrating, having a blast.
Adam, I can't believe you're still up. You usually leave
you're
a lot
normally like
earlier.
I figured you were
Oh,
going
he's a mod now, so he's hanging
to. Gotcha. All right, guys. We will see you guys tomorrow.
in. Good night.
Thanks everybody for hanging out until the middle of the morning with us. Happy 4th of July. We'll see you guys in 15 hours or less. Take care, everyone. Have a great night.